What's up, chat? How's everybody doing today? Yo, Kyoko, thanks for the 215 stream streak. Holy shit. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Yo, Walla, thanks for the 24 months. Yes, Part, thanks for the 205. Anti, thanks for the 95. Appreciate you guys. Thank you guys. Did I just wake up? No, I didn't just wake up. I've been awake since like, wait, what time was it? I'm awake for like 6 hours now. Hold on, let me grab a drink. And we get started. Alright, so today we're gonna be playing some Overwatch for Homura. After that, gang got on YouTube Shorts music. Bro said YouTube Shorts music. That may be the dumbest shit I've ever heard. We'll call this YouTube Shorts music. That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. That's not even a thing. The fuck are YouTube Shorts music? Kill that man. Like what? That's hella disrespectful. Anyways, yeah, we're gonna be playing some Overwatch today, and then after that, we're gonna play Tekken Rivals or maybe Cuphead. I don't know. Haven't decided yet. I think we're doing Cuphead today. I don't remember what I said or what she said. I think we're doing that today. Is Cuphead a new effort playing something? Technically, you can count it as that. Sure, if you want to count it as that. Yeah, I'll upload the playthrough. Anyways, in other news, yeah, Thresh for 2xKO. So it seems it is a double drop. So they dropped his trailer. So let's take a look at this. Give me a second to pull it up. Wait, where is it? What? There you go. Apparently he's the hardest character in the game other than Akali. So yeah. He's the hardest character in the game other than Akali. If you didn't know, obviously at the end of the Senna trailer, at the end of the Senna trailer, they put this. Oh, whoops. Too far ahead. And then yesterday, all the devs on Twitter put their Twitters to this. The wretch. Why don't we make a deal, Senna? So then we're all thinking, oh shit, we're probably gonna get 2 characters because Senna drops on what is it? Why did I not put the date on the description? It's June 9th. She drops on June 9th. I don't know why her date isn't on the description, but it's on her tweet though, that's for sure. Where is it? Oh, yeah, it's June 9th in 2xKO. So yeah, and they dropped their character guide and stuff. I'm not gonna look at that because I'm not gonna play Senna. But yeah, today, yeah, they dropped this. I looked at it already, obviously, but they did fucking 10 hours of Thresh trapped in a lantern, whatever the hell this is supposed to be, just laughing. Anyways, regardless, apparently he's supposed to be like the hardest character in the game, other than Akali. So yeah, apparently his difficulty is like what, 5 stars maxed out or some shit. I don't know. But the devs said he's hardest. I thought it was gonna be Viego, but it's Thresh, the Chain Warden. Stage is sick. That shit just blow up. So we can throw the lantern. Teleport to the lantern? Oh god, he had an air dash. The spin. Oh my god, what is wrong with this guy? That is Cage that y'all keep talking about? That is normals.
If we win, I shoot you next.
Wait, so the assist can teleport to the lantern. Well, you can switch the yeah, okay.
That is private.
The lantern, if you I assume if you press tag with the lantern out, it'll switch to your assist.
Lantern Ghost, I sense your
The assist will come out where the lantern is. Oh, what is this? Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, Bombo. Oh, he switched. Ooh, OTG. Bro's tweaking. This guy is tweaking, bro. What the fuck? But yeah, we're getting 2 characters. That's pretty hype. I'll try out Thresh. I don't think I care about Senna though. But apparently he's hard as hell. But he looks cool as shit though. I think they already dropped this like move list on the website and stuff. I'm not gonna look at that. But yeah, he looks cool as shit. Like obviously his normals are long as flying fuck because he has this little chain and axe or whatever. Like bro, this is a full screen DNF dual normal. And it's advancing. And he can pull. Oh my god. You want Echo like that? You throw this ghost out. Echo hit the ghost. And then the ghost is still going out. It explodes. Okay, I guess. What the hell, Jiggy? I like the strong ones. They're so fun to break. That's crazy. That air dash though. It's like a charge chain thingy. What the hell is this? Yeah, it's like a charge heavy, I'd assume. He aimed it upward. Or maybe it's 2H. Could be a charge 2H. No, that's obviously one of his supers.
Why don't we make a deal, Senna?
What's his other super then?
Sure. If we win, I shoot you next.
Okay.
What magic might I pluck from you?
Yeah, your assist can teleport to. If you call your assist with the lantern thing out, I think it just swaps the. It just spawns the assist in where the thingy is. So this counts as your teammate being out. Wow.
That is private. You are not a nice ghost.
You are not a nice ghost. Air throw.
Lantern Ghost, I sense you're abusing
Look at this.
my assistance
Ooh.
directive.
Ooh. Wait, so the lantern explode or something? Why'd it hit him? Oh, that's a ghost. Ew. He like barfed on her. Throws the lantern again. Switches with the lantern. OTG. Sheesh. Scary character. He looks sick. He looks sick, but not cool enough to me that I'd main him or anything like that. But he looks cool though, that's for sure. And it's pretty hype that we're getting 2 characters. Anyways, that's enough of that. Let's play some Overwatch if Homer's ready. We're gonna play Overwatch today, and then later we're gonna do Rivals. We finished First Light last night. If you weren't at last night's stream because it was pretty late. We beat the game last night. That was pretty fun. Why would you swap what? I mean, you play top tiers? I don't play top tiers. I play the balanced of the balance, bro. I'll play Hitman. Son. Alright, let's boot up this game. Son. We have this conversation. I don't play top tiers. You guys just like to project. I play Blade every fucking day, sitting there suffering. And you guys have the audacity to say I play top tiers. This is the only low tier you play? Yap, yap, yap. What's my sons at? Gotta change my sons. Oh, it's already set. Never mind. Not been VC. Hold on. Need the fucking game music. Where is the game music? Should I put Song Quest on? I don't know if I can trust you guys. Oh, yo.
Yo, what's up?
Well, let's
I'm
go.
almost on my tier list. Alright, I'm ready.
Type of tier
Let
list.
me add you. I'm doing the Overwatch armpit tier list.
And I'm leaving. All right, never mind, chat. We're getting on Rivals. We're getting on Rivals. Never mind. Never mind. This is a rival stream now. We're playing Rivals, right? What you mean add me? I'm getting on Rivals. You lost your mind. You've lost your damn mind. Not even one game? Oh. Don't W that shit. That monstrosity, that nonsense. Don't W that nonsense. Jesus Christ, bro. I don't have you added already.
Hello? What's
We
up,
winning
dude?
or what?
I said I was doing a flick tier list, bro. Like, who got better flick one tap headshots, bro?
Oh, okay.
I'm on my alt. That's why you didn't have this one added. I'm ready to win, man. We're gonna win all these games.
Are we?
I was practicing my window marker.
Your window marker, excuse me?
Yeah, the character.
The hell? We're playing Stadium?
You want to play Stadium?
No.
Oh. I was about to say.
What's on Stadium? You like Stadium?
Nah, I gotta go on my main for that one.
I haven't played Stadium in ages. It's not bad though.
I don't mind Stadium. It's okay.
I don't mind Stadium either. Nope, Song Quest is not on. I might put it on.
This dude, window marker.
Might.
Bro, what's wrong with a window marker?
Oh,
wanna check it? Oh, Brig.
man,
Let
oh
me see
man,
Brig.
oh man. Yo, chat, Summer Games Fest tomorrow, 5 p.m. EST, lock in. Persona 6, lock in. We're finally gonna see Persona 6 lock in, chat. We are fucked. Who's fucked? You're fucked. We are? I don't know. Might. You playing Overwatch? I mean, there's Overwatch on the screen, is it not?
You know, that is a good point. I never thought about it like that.
Persona 6 Copia's Maximus technique, bro. And what if tomorrow is finally today? What now? You guys owe me 1 million subs. What are you doing here, Sumo?
Choose your map.
You here to watch again and not play any fucking games with us? What do you do all day? You read books or something now, or what? Now that you're retired from playing games. What do you do all day now? How you liking this so far? I haven't played a single match yet. We're all play this match. Whatever. You
Wait,
pump
what's the
fake
combo
Kunimitsu? I played Tekken yesterday. What do you mean? Huh? What'd you say?
How do I comment? Hello? I don't know how to talk
Bro,
in game.
what are you saying?
I'm trying to calm in game, bro.
Lost his mind.
We're banning Vendetta. Our team is trash.
I'm not banning. I gotta flex
That's
on him.
Aura.
Yep.
This map is garbage. I agree with that. Oh, we lost. We didn't ban Cassidy.
Welcome to Atlas.
I just be in studio searching for comms. But you need to search for. Let me stop. Ironic. You didn't even know what I was gonna say. You didn't even know what I was gonna say. Nah. Nah, what? You genuinely don't know what I was gonna say.
I have not
Override protocol, life phone, slow. Did they change any of his stuff? Nope.
Yeah,
Nope.
they made him have the Doogie flip flop now.
Siphon blast, reverse speed increase, firing. Nope, they didn't change shit.
Now he got nerfed. Oh, well, I don't know when you played.
Initial flashpoint.
Freak now, I'd say this is. Oh my goodness. It's like Bruce the Shark
Fuck is
from
this
Nemo
map?
when he like smells the blood.
Tell the chat yet. Tell the chat what? Tell the chat what?
Tell the chat who now.
They all die?
Or we're still playing the game.
Bruh. About the baby shower. My baby shower, what? I can't have baby, that would vasectomy. You haven't heard?
Oh, he's so talented. Did he try to give it back? He plays tank. He doesn't play
Black
DPS.
Boy Max. Did he actually do that? Or was that dude trolling? Cause I'm not. What?
What did they do to you, man?
What? That guy got blasted. This game too easy. Hold on.
No,
Deku's online. Chat shit up Deku to join us.
They're cheating.
Excuse me?
They're exploiting. Oh, these guys are really good.
Fuck no, they're not.
No, they're really good. You gotta be careful, man.
Fuck no, they're not.
See, you died to Blazing Chain. That guy's on the leaderboard right now. He's like the #1 Sigma.
Bro, you be on so many LARP adventures. I wasn't surprised you actually had one. LARP adventures? What you mean LARP adventures?
10 seconds.
Oh, okay.
I'm on dream. Am I dreaming or if he's on Overwatch? This is Overwatch. I should have ulted that dude. Son.
He's one.
I'm dead.
God.
But I'm the best.
Made sense for
They're
Max to
supposed
do
to
it.
give up.
Mm.
He's top one. Yeah, he's the #1 looks maxer right now. He just modded.
Yeah, ask my friend if she has an account that can play. What rank are we?
Silver gold.
Dead ass?
Yep.
Okay, that's not gonna be for long. Good as fuck. I don't know the maps. You will be on Rivals in an hour? Son. What are you talking about? I played 007 last night. I beat that game. I play loads of games. You don't play shit, you know. You're a game larper. You don't play games. You're not a real gamer. I'm gonna play Cuphead later probably, and some Tekken. I play games. You, however, you be larping. Fuck.
Oh man.
Son.
Bro, more action when I play the game. So
She ulted me. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. How do I play games with crosshairs and Tekken? That's not true. If I play games with crosshairs, how do I play fighting games then? Yapper. Yapper of Doom. Yapaholic.
good kill, snakes.
What's up, that's LCR? LER? I'm not sure you want to pronounce. I don't know the map. Fuck, I don't know the map. So you're not a fight gameplay anymore? I don't know what you're talking about.
Let's try that again.
I bet it's tough. Yeah, I'm gonna play it later. We're gonna do co-op. Either today or tomorrow. I don't know if we're doing it later.
Still got some defense. Oh my god.
Brother is one. So. I love FG so he can see baddies and pay for his flight. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, bro?
Damn, I thought I knew where she went. Oh, Diva got her.
This map is confusing.
Deploying explosive.
Enemy here.
Symmetra.
They're on Symmetra. What the fuck?
Scorch the sky!
Who did I got him? What the fuck?
Surrender.
Yeah, we'll check if Deku's
bad.
online.
Deku!
She on. Fuck, she's online. Fuck.
Oh my god, I'm so nice. Let's see what I did. Holy shit, that's a straight talent. Oh wait, that dumbass died. Wow.
You predicted rank silver 5.
Okay, not bad. You know, that's better than the people in bronze.
Sheesh. This is a very Homer character? What do you mean?
What does that mean? Who said that?
Ah. Don't worry about it.
What does that mean?
Don't worry about it. Any skins for Emery yet?
Yeah, there's a new one in the shop right now. Actually.
Apocalypse Warrior. Does that have any effects on it? Fuck, I don't have any thingies for it. I'm too poor. What loot boxes
I mean,
it
you
is.
got 10 crates.
I'll only open these then. What's up,
You probably don't
GZ?
get like 4 Mercy skins.
4 Mercy skins? I got May skin. Wait, can you get dupes from the crates?
I don't think so. Bro, they gave us like 20 loot boxes. I think I got like 6 Mercy skins total.
Oh my god, these skins are horrible. Oh, I got a I don't even know what the fuck you call this. What type of skin is this? Supposed to be like a Frankenstein skin?
Is it Roadhog?
Yeah. Anniversary. Let's see this.
Low-key, I want Roadhog's build.
Anniversary update. Marker is red.
I low-key got...
Damn, yeah, I instantly shot down. You could
If I
just
had to
timed him out.
compare
You don't have to
myself-
ban him.
I feel like right now I look like Torbjorn, but I'm gonna work my way towards Roadhog. I'm gonna get knee surgery.
Go ahead and
I'm gonna go
spread some
from
bread.
4'11".
Too poor.
Oh, wait, do I Q one or did you ask
You can Q.
Midoriya? Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't call her that. Please
Is that
don't.
not the name?
No.
Deku!
Never. Okay. Yeah, I don't think she's gonna play with us. Never mind. The way you're acting.
I thought you said their name was Deku.
Yeah, but it's not based off my hero.
Man, what the bro? Deku. That word was made for Deku, bro. Just like what?
Let's just forget it.
What did I do?
Oops, I was about to buy that on a mistake.
Why don't you get the no? Nope. Definitely not. Wonder if she has weapon skins. What the?
I want a skin, but like, oh, I can buy. Wait, no. These recolors suck. These recolors suck.
Don't you got white currency? I mean, I don't think
White
you can buy anything
currency?
for Emre.
White currency is kind of buns though. Don't really like got good shit on that.
Well, yeah, they're good on the old characters, but and right now because the anniversary, but
Does the
can't
skin have
do
any
anything for
effects
Emre.
though? Like, the last thing I bought on this game was the Genji skin. Cyber Demon, the Mythic Genji. That was the last thing I bought on this game. It was a long
damn, bro,
time
that
ago.
was 3 years ago, I think, or
Yeah, something like that.
oh yeah, it was almost 3 years. Oh no, wait, what? Oh, totally.
Some
No,
Grizz.
yeah, 3 years ago. Oh, King's Row. Yeah, I can
Go
practice
to
my
filter. Oh,
Widowmaker.
too late.
Select your hero.
Maybe I'll be Tracer.
It feels
I'm already
weird.
Tracer.
I don't have to worry about people fucking switching roles on this game or not having a second tank.
Select heroes.
It's kind of cursed, actually. What's up, France? I gotta join next. Join next what? I don't have to worry about a second tank because there is no second tank. This is 5v5 and not 6v6 anymore. I remember when this game was 66.
Now.
And that way, like, all the tanks are like super juiced.
Prepare your
Since
defense.
you have the solo tank now.
5v5.
Select
Yeah.
I mean, there's still 6v6 game mode. All the big streamers play that game mode. I don't know why. They like it more.
I'll put it all on the line.
Holy shit, this gun looks
6v6 generally is better. Yeah, I know like, a lot of people like 6v6 more.
it's not fun as a tank, I'm not gonna lie. That shit is just, especially if you go from 5v5, you go from like 600, 700 HP to like 400. That shit is
Overwatch
terrible.
crossed the line here.
I wish I had a free bag of chips.
No, I wish I muted you.
What the hell?
You don't play shit, bro. It's chats for gamers. I'm sorry.
He's already gone.
The gaming card is running roped.
3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
It's chats for gamers. I'm sorry.
End objective.
You don't play nothing no more.
My fingertips.
Might killed someone. That guy did. White guy did. Oh, this guy has no mobility, I forgot.
Venture, what the hell?
Oh wait, can't I just jump up there? Ha. Who the fuck are you? What the hell? Dude came out of nowhere. Was he just camping the corner? Guy is so weird.
Oh!
This guy was just sitting there camping the
walked past my
fucking
trip.
corner, bro.
I guess my trip was ass.
The enemy advances on our point.
Damn! I almost had my ult.
Grenade out.
Fucking Venture, bro. Get off the damn floor.
That's awkward. I can barely see him through the trees, bro.
Oh my god, I guys won. This guy's just playing offense. Oh my god. I can't get up there.
No one can hide from my sight.
Oh, I messed up. Oh, I even.
Bro, you're still up here? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, you're dead. I don't know who that is, but dude's super dead. Yeah, Zen is playing off angles, bro. Like what?
More upgrades.
Streamer just dilly down. My bad, bro. Can't play for one.
Fuck, there you go. Got him. Zen players play like crackheads. He's a weirdo. You can't even hear his footsteps because he's floating. It's like, fuck.
Drive them off the payload.
He ulted?
We're outnumbered. Stay frosty. Deploying explosive.
Torbjorn!
Turret.
In the payload way.
Come on, come on, come on. We tried Stadium? Yeah. I played Stadium before. Fuck is my team up?
What? I did melee.
What the hell is that guy doing?
I've disposed of their turret.
And they should have no healers on the point. Yeah.
Oh, she ulted. Fuck me. I'm dead. Okay, I'm not dead. I just died to better blade ult. Okay. I just died to better blade ult. That's pretty fun. Started Overwatch, but I felt like I was missing something, missing some zing to it. I don't know how to explain it, but something feels missing.
Ulted, but
I don't know what you mean by that.
The payload is moving. Perhaps we should stop it.
was that not a deflect?
I like the look of that.
Fuck, I forgot she can teleport.
Disposed of their turret.
Oh, you're dead. Yeah, you're super dead. That shit stuck to him.
Man, I want the freaking nano blade, but
Nah, I'm dead as fuck.
she's saving it.
I don't know.
And probably just swap.
She got a 9 boost me when I was ulting, but I don't know.
I'm done.
Whatever.
Oh my god.
Good thing I was here.
Stole that kill from someone.
Activating Cypher.
At my fingertips.
What the fuck is that guy doing?
I need healing.
I need healing.
Constructing my barrier.
Yeah, he's gonna save it for me the whole time.
Are we gonna ever use this nano or what?
Like, you're in group chat.
Fuck, how do I switch?
Escape social team.
There's no bind to just switch.
Yeah, you do it at
Okay,
the
she
game,
did
like-
it. She did it. She did it.
You cursed or just clumsy?
That is one. I doubt I can still play Genji. I can try that later.
Do be careful.
Oh fuck. She went for me? Okay.
The iris.
I thought she was going for my team.
Time for the reckoning. This ends.
It was fun. It was fun to play, but to watch sometimes. I like watching
They
Rivals.
should win that.
I'm at all 10.
Oops, I'm
Oh, well, Freya's won. Oh, one of those.
GC man.
Zam.
Score 0-2. Switching sides.
Oh, this is one now. I'm gonna throw my elo away. I'll play Genji. I doubt I can still play this character. Can we focus that Zen? Son. So it's where? Voice, and then... Where is it? Sound,
Social.
voice chat.
And then you join team chat. Second time's it. I mean, bro, you were a Reaper. They were on freaking. Who was it? I don't know. There was Reaper Zen that was on me, but I couldn't remember what the last DPS was. So there's no point in playing
Oh, it's
Widow
Jay. What up? What up, team? Fuck, it didn't work.
The world evolves and
Fuck, it
so
didn't
must
work.
we with it.
Wait, what? This is auto join. Act responsibly, son. Son. Your skills showing too much. Showing too much. What you mean? I'm rusty as I am. Those fucking ages. Yo, where's Psylocke at?
I see. Again, nice 2 picks. Our tank still died somehow, actually.
Yeah, I don't know how to fucking play this character anymore. I'm way too rusty. Barely even fucking get a pick anymore. I need healing.
They're right in next to you.
I didn't fucking die. Fucking hell, bruh. Fucking hell, mate. Is it armors? So, yeah, kinda. Kinda. Fuck. Big Chungus showed up out of fucking nowhere.
Mistakes
Over here.
always precede victory. Hammer down.
Oh, they changed this passive. What? Quick melee? So the Kuno switch up with 3 seconds. Oh, that's actually pretty good.
Anyone else?
I'm picking over Dragon Blade though. Holy fuck, that guy does damage. What? What, Luna Snow?
That's the OG.
Fucking Luna Snow just 2-shot me.
That's the OG,
Jesus
bro.
Christ.
Enemy in my sight. Dazzling.
Yes.
Oh, you fucking ulted my oh my god. Oh my god. And they have a fucking whatever her name is with the damn turrets. Oh, I got ulted, so sad.
Okay, Fancy, I see you. Yeah, the Ryan didn't see me at the start. I mean, yeah, I got like 4 picks doing that, but now, you can't do anything.
I am restored.
I didn't claim the Overwatch drops myself, actually. Hold on.
You're a high performer.
Put a little more.
My design. Helden sterben nicht.
Where the fuck did he go? She's one. Okay. Like she was one shot in the air. Like.
Life and death are both
What's up,
beyond my
lumberjack?
reach.
To be a Leandre's and Shadow. Oh yeah, yeah, man. Let me build those. No way I couldn't run into there. This guy's on me.
Oh, that guy's one. Oh my god. There's so much fucking anti-dive. God damn. Game C5 today? That game's goated.
I continue this
Panopticon
path.
is not yet ready. You need this.
I decided to play the games out of order. I wouldn't do that, but
I require
whatever.
I need
my god, he's not dead.
Just strike good. That's what 25 damage. Oh. Wow. Oh my god, what the fuck is hitting me?
It's the extra turrets, probably.
Yeah, it was. Okay, this character is so annoying. That guy has more kills than his whole team.
I shall take whatever form I must.
यही परम वास्तविकता है.
Start with DMC 1. Oh, no. Start with 3. Don't start with 1. Slow that down. Oh, don't do that. Oh my fucking god. Don't do that. Do not start with 1. Just do 3, 4, and 5. Don't do 1 and 2. You can skip those. You can skip those. Are you y'all talking to me? Are you y'all? What the? Are you y'all talking to me? What's DC2? It's ass. Don't worry about it. It's literal ass. It's like no story of value. Just start with 3, bro. Bro, did I get Zen ulted again? Oh my god, he has that shit again. I can't even use my ult. He just Zen ults it every time. I thought he didn't have it because he, I don't know, just used it.
Always concede victory.
60 seconds remaining. Victory.
Like, okay, I guess. I didn't get to use my ult once. Every time I ulted him, he just Zen ulted it.
Play of the game.
Yo, God bless that Ana for that, bro.
I'm gonna vent it out.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Right, the Zed was shit talking me. And kid his ass.
Was he shit talking? Oh, I wasn't looking at you. I was looking at stream chat.
Oh, Masters, your ass! Your ass! This guy's only Masters, bro. Your ass, bro, your ass. Oh my goodness, bro. Don't be a rage bait. That guy is so goofy, bro. It doesn't let me. It'll probably say level 1. Oh, it doesn't. Oh. Oh my god. He's what? He's ass, bro. That's all.
Oh, there's more colors? This is new. Oh, they have those.
Select a map.
I
Oh
don't
my
know what
god,
they have
NRH
those.
Cam's here.
Ugh.
NRF 8.
Damn.
NRF
Brand Risk
8.
of Doom.
Or is it NR Fate? Oh, why did I vote this map? I also think I'm Masters after he lost in gold makes it worse. Yeah, Loki, that is pretty bad.
Select.
Wait, we're defending first? Yeah. I know who to play.
Who the fuck is Sierra? Who the hell are you?
She's got Soldier Alt if you land her right click.
What in the what?
She's broken.
Who the hell?
Choose hero.
Where'd
She's
she
got
come
Window
from?
Grapple. She's got Soldier Alt as her right click. She's got Emre Nade. And then her alt is like...
Check her out in training later.
I was trying to think of a Marvel Rivals character, but I don't know how to compare it. I don't think there's any Marvel Rivals alt like that. You know Hazard ult?
Hazard? The
Yeah.
spikes and stuff everywhere?
Yeah, it's like that, but it one-shots you instead.
Huh.
Welcome to
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Royale.
Overwatch. Rare Overwatch yearly stream.
Yearly. Now it's gonna be bi-weekly.
Yeah, I don't know that.
Bro, what do you mean, bro? The game's fun.
I'll put it all on the line.
What else is fun?
Everyone don't say Marvel Rivals.
Marvel Rivals.
What's on the docket? Winning, I hope.
Bro, I played that game, got on, got 50 kills, got off.
50 in what rank?
Shit, I don't know. I think I was.
We'll see. He got 50 kills. They must have had no hands.
Nope.
But was finding people with no controller. No, I mean not controller. No fingers.
I haven't played in 2 years predicted
Bro,
rank
fuck,
diamond,
with
and
no
I still got
thumbs.
it. And I still got it.
We can get on after this. Hold on.
I uninstalled.
You can prove it.
I uninstalled. You can just go
So
check my
now
match
I
history,
uninstalled.
actually.
Okay.
You can check my match history though.
Sure, buddy. Both our people with no fingers. Bro was in the spawn room shooting me. Okay.
Get away from me! What the hell, Mercy? Mercy, what the?
I'm tripping. This is a little faster than I remember.
Oh, they have Ash though. I shouldn't have done that.
Why this game ain't got no Elsa Bloodstone? Fuck is flanking me? Okay, I guess. Sombra Mythic? Sombra Mythic is crazy.
Oh, I'm so cooked. So
It's not even following. I'm just gonna ban him. And first finally gonna realize Overwatch clears Marvel Rivals? Nope.
Whoever said that is right.
We all make mistakes.
How is she cooking? Who says stay behind me, friends? I hate Venture. That character is so annoying. What?
Flew over the wall.
I mean, okay. Okay, well, yeah, I didn't know you can do that. Like, what the fuck? That's how I'm like, where the fuck did she come from?
Well, that wasn't
He's
exactly
definitely trying to ult.
Justice.
Dumbass. Why did you pull me?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That'll help.
Dude, our tank is playing back. What the hell is he doing?
I know. I was in the front lines and then the tank got behind me.
I feel like he's a little...
Son. Oh, this is special grade dicky. I can never get to use this fucking ult. That guy's one.
Oi.
Those are so itchy. That guy got shredded. Oh. Ugh. Sombra is worse than BP? That's crazy. No way.
Yeah, she is.
I don't believe that.
Yes, in the game. By far. Like, the only player to counter ball. And, like, you can just play Cassidy.
They nerf Sombra or something or what?
She's just always.
She's always banned every time I play with her.
It's like no-brainer people. Kind of like this Bastion who's trying to 2v1 me with an Ana instead of going to the point.
I see.
Welcome to orbit.
Complete.
The character seems, yeah, I love her. She's ass, but I love her.
0.
It's like Penny Parker. Got it.
Switching sides.
Is she ass and fun?
She's ass, but she's only good on defense. It's like she's not really like she's so easy to counter. You just switch the poke and she dies. But the issue is that sometimes you might have a team that refuses to switch characters.
The problem with Onrun is like she's a flanker, and all the flankers are banned by like like stuns, but she also does burn damage, so she gets countered by. She gets like double hurt counters. It's lame. Ooh.
King for One Punch Man. It's a team one, bro.
I'll put it all on the line.
Even if there's someone better, shoot to be the best.
You leave a winner or in a call.
Husband, hold on. Whoa. What happened? What I miss? Husband, wait, what?
5,
Huh?
2, 1.
No way. So low. Whoa, I got headshot. Oh wait, no, I didn't. That shit just did that much damage there.
Probably hit you in the like direct hit.
Oh, I got hit by someone else and then she shot me. I got hit by like 2 people at the same time. So I looked like I got one shot, but I didn't. Yo, chat, y'all ready for Summer Games Fest tomorrow? 5 p.m. EST. Have you seen the Thresh trailer? Yes. Oh, I should upload the reactions to that, huh?
He didn't even mean to hit me. I just thought that was lit as well.
I'm upload the reactions to that after this. But don't insta kill us for this match.
Okay.
Oh, I gotta upload today's video as well. Whoops.
Can you do a V-Bucks giveaway?
What are V-Bucks?
You don't know what V-Bucks are, dude?
I can't afford it, so I don't know what it is.
Oh, is that how that works?
Yeah.
Try to keep up.
Wait, no Suzu?
Project Spectrum. What was that? Like that. Oh man, that's no fun. Okay. What should you?
Play of the game.
No cat gameplay. No cat. Y'all want to see that kitty? You want to see my cat? Excuse me?
Winner.
It was nothing, really.
All right, thresh reactions going up. There we Wait. go. Ollie. So, yeah. Apparently, he's the hardest character in the Silver 3, yippee. In other news,
Ooh, W Silver.
is that for 2x KO? In other for that, let's play some Overwatch. Reacts 2x KO. Senna. Roadhog is lame. Roadhog is pretty lame. Well, I mean, he's hyped to play though, but like, play against, it's like, yeah. Oh, you can kill us. Oh, you're trans. Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, I said, "Would you like to see my cat?" Someone asked me what happened to your cat, or something like that. What did someone ask me something? Oh no, no cat gameplay. That's what I was asked.
Huh? You still play Deadlock?
I haven't played in a while.
I just reinstalled it.
They changed the urn like a million times. They just changed it again today, apparently.
They changed who?
The urn.
Oh, Earn. Gotta listen to
Yeah,
Cam when he
they
says
put it
Earn.
like under. Didn't they put it like under the mid bot? No. Under the middle bridge at mid. And now they changed it again where like it's on the side of the maps, but like when you turn it in, it like starts a King of the Hill or something like that. I don't know what the fuck it does.
I heard it buffs you now too or something. I don't know.
It's
if I heard
like,
that
yo,
right
can we
now.
like, what are we doing? Y'all gonna make up your minds what y'all want this to be?
I think mid boss spawns at the start of the game or something. I think.
Yeah, mid boss
I don't remember.
spawns in the moment the match starts now. So you can do a mid boss in 5 minutes if you really wanted to. You're not gonna be able to do that shit though. You're
I
gonna
don't
get
know how the
smoked.
hell you're gonna do that.
Yeah, you're gonna get the enemy team would have to be like literally AFK. Like I don't know how you're killing it that early.
I mean,
And they're
you'll
not
see some
noticing.
dude. You'll see some dude make a build like it's gonna be like the whatever it's called.
You'd have to
trending
have
or
3
popular
gun builds or something.
Nah, it's gonna be like mid shred build, and it's like you can fight it at 7 minutes.
Select
Something
see
like
it,
that,
bro.
yeah.
Oh, we got a Ramatra. I like
Cool.
that.
I mean, I think they changed it because of the pro scene or something like that. I don't fucking know. It's just something. See if I can still
Yeah,
play
me and the
Tracer.
pros, we were complaining, so we wanted it changed.
traveling to Nepal.
I kept changing because this chat for Ern was to run it down and get in, come back,
Hold on.
Earn for 30 res for bullet and spirit. And they would hold Earn throughout to come back. And they would hold off the Earn throughout to come back, earns and win. Yeah, Aaron earned and Iron earned. So, you know,
to be the best.
what they say, that's how the cookie loses structural composition.
I haven't forgotten about what you did to Rio.
I'm glad your memory is intact. Let's get on with this.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, what'd you say they did do it?
They changed it because people would run it down, and they would get their earn for 30 for I don't know what the fuck, 30 resin for bullet and spirit, and they would hold earn throughout 2 comeback earns and win.
Whoa. That fucking hurt.
Wait, that's Zen?
Okay, I don't fucking want to be one to go. Isn't this gonna have auto aim?
So,
I know she doesn't.
Echo?
Just like a fucking strong ass beam, yeah. Good.
Securing this objective.
It was weird playing this character. I don't play this character in ages.
Some calm shit, you feel me. I'm sniffing what you're shitting. Oh, there's an Ash there, bro. What the hell are they doing?
What's up, Sai? Oh. What's up, Sai? How you doing?
The Gundam style?
Brother, what are you saying?
Like PSY? Sai? Or a different one?
War man. In the tournament because MOC held the comeback round. They can do anything. Oh, that's fucking lame. Yeah, I fucking hate this all. That's why I stopped playing this character. I always suck at fucking landing this shit. That's why I stopped playing her. Ball on this character is so lame. I don't get the dopamine rush to an actual Q button.
Oh!
I don't get the dopamine rush of a Q button playing this girl. Shut off and go Tracer. I mean, yeah, but like, I'm about to switch the moment I die. Did he just dash off the map? Oh, that is off the map. Okay, she headshot me. This girl is boring. Streaming? I just started. Oh wait, it's been an hour already. What the fuck?
Time goes by when you're having fun.
My brain's off, but alright.
That doesn't mean well, I don't think I can say that, so never mind.
Okay, no Overwatch to play Star-Lord.
Best round. One. Score. 1.
Might could be tricky to land. Yeah, screw that character. Screw that character. I played it for way too long.
Watch for their
And her Bastion. You're right, Clemson.
It was Captain America.
Nothing burns brighter than my willpower.
Captain America. Orisa.
Orisa. I mean, I guess.
That's the best you can get.
1.
I don't even want to play Venture. Fuck no.
Check the objective.
That character is corny to me. Hell no. I'm not touching that character. And do I look like I want to fucking dig underground?
You like top, don't you? Oh my god, bro. Cassidy! Are we dead ass? You burnt to death.
Who is that? Oh, that's whatever her fucking name is. Moira? I think.
Moira.
I think it was Moira, yeah. Okay, I don't know how the fuck you know I'm right here, but alright.
Don't die is bad for your health. Oh, take note of that. Dude, they're on Ash and Cass. I just can't die them.
You trying to dig? No, bro. My ancestors would be disappointed if I'm over here holding a fucking pickaxe or whatever the fuck.
This might be the worst Cassidy I've ever seen.
Or rank are you? Or rank are you? Or rank are you?
Oh, they saw us. They caught us, man.
My skills improve.
I'm just curious, man. Jeez, I don't even have a rank. I'm unranked. I can't even answer your question if I wanted to. Oh shit! This is fucking whatever his name is. I couldn't tell because of the skin. Like, fucking hell. Big body. Hey, Ramacha. Ramacha Gundam skin is sick. Having placements, I literally don't even have a rank. I wasn't like trolling you or nothing. I don't even have a rank. Me projected as silver 2? 1? What is it now?
7.
Some shit like that.
You know about that new hit meme? 6-7? No, buddy. Oh, I'm not. You can enjoy that, bro. Oh, watch out. There's a
Damn, his ult's still on. I forgot his ult lasts longer the more you fucking hit people or some shit. I thought that shit ran out. The placements go on? That'd be fine. Would you say Rivals is harder than this? Fuck no.
Oh.
No. Rivals is not harder than Overwatch. If anyone tells you that, they're lying to you. Like what? Hell no. That game is a triple heel slap of doom. The power scaling is through the roof. Power scaling is through the roof on that game. What? Okay.
Oh.
That shit came out of
Her
nowhere.
Bob didn't even hit the point.
I think that shit hit me.
Now Ramatra is him.
Mm-hmm.
Me? You should have. No way.
People actually die in this game? Yeah, something like that.
I always forget there's a requeue button.
Epic? What was epic?
Oh, it's like MVP.
Oh, I'm like, what? That's a new thing.
The result of hard work.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Every time I open your stream and you're playing Marvel Rivals, I feel like I'm watching something new every day.
What you
One
mean?
time I tab in some autistic dinosaur running around, shooting hot ass breath everywhere.
I mean,
then-
well, next week you're gonna see a bunch of fucking lasers. So
I was about to say, and then I think it was like 2 days ago or yesterday. If I was epileptic, I probably would have died watching your stream. I just saw mad shit on the screen, bro. I didn't know what was going on.
next week you're gonna see a shitload of lasers.
Who they added, Laser Man?
Actually, in 5
Primary
days, Cyclops.
Oh, I hate this man. I'm going random because I got Aura. Watch and learn. Man, what the fuck? Oh, your family. What the frick?
Bruh.
Select your hero.
Lose TOS in my stream.
Duck.
Does an
the
auto
other
bleep
duck?
feature on TikTok? Wait, what does it sound
Is it?
like?
Bro,
Wait,
probably
so if
just
someone
mutes when you
curses,
cuss.
what does it say?
Hero bans.
Wait,
Bro,
what
I
does
hope
it
it just
sound like if
mutes it
someone
or
curses
something.
then?
Does your TikTok stream? I mean, talk?
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
a new feature they added.
I've had to
Bro,
say,
I'm
do you
opening
have it
TikTok. Yeah, I have it on.
on?
Wait, I'm gonna open
I
my
say
TikTok.
something. I have it open.
Hold on, let me open it on my phone. It doesn't say I'm live on my phone. Oh my fucking god.
Does it work with me or is it only you?
No, anyone that curses. Hold on.
Fuck!
Wait,
Oh, what
wait.
the hell?
What does it sound like?
Welcome to reality.
It's a loud, incorrect buzzer sound.
It beeps after the swear word happens. So
So what the fuck is the point of having it on? What? No fucking way.
it's
Okay, that
the
sounds.
second the word
That sounds so fucking dumb. Here,
the
look at
second the
here.
word
here,
is
chat.
done.
That sounds so fucking dumb. That's so ass.
Oh my god, bro.
That's so ass.
Oh my god.
What? Why is it so delayed? Yo, TikTok is unreal, bro. This app is not real. How do I turn this shit off?
Bro, April Fool's is over, man.
But that's no reason to be careless.
Oh, you know I could have Widowmaker on this map.
How do I turn it off? Because it said it turned it on the moment I started stream. I didn't read it. I was like, okay, sure, I don't care. So I closed it.
Hello.
That is so goofy. What?
My healing pylon is here.
It sounds good, man. Keep it on.
It says all I remember reading was that they noticed that people are getting banned for swear words, some. I mean, that happened to me literally last week, so I guess it was a surge of people getting banned by it.
Yeah, Lucian, see that burn damage?
Where were they added
like
this?
200 to basically 50. Yeah, Honor's is nothing like that.
Worst app to stream on. Unfortunately, it's one of the best apps of discoveries, though. Sadly, complete garbage app to stream on, but Discovery really is too good to miss out on.
Wait, they're on Cat. I'm about to play Cat Bash.
J4.
Ooh, good wall, Sigma. I like that from you. You just missed it. That's crazy.
This was so low. I need to pay the bills.
I remember when you used to swear on TikTok. Wouldn't it just auto take off your stream or some shit? Just turn it off.
Something like that. Who's flanking us? What's on there? Oh, that girl's dead.
Don't worry, that DPS is ass.
No headshot her.
Worst flanker in the game. We'll just send you. Damn!
Camping the spawn room was crazy, bro. Come on.
Who, me?
Nah, this whatever her name is, just sitting in the spawn room, not shooting me from it. I hate when people do that shit.
That's the only way they're gonna get a pick. When do I get mod? Give me 10k USD.
Oh shit, when? Oh, Bob, do something. That's skin? Oh, that is a skin. I'm like, who the fuck is that? What is she wearing? It's like so bulky. I thought it was May.
Get them off the payload.
What's up, Sora? You ever seen me play Overwatch before? I did an Overwatch video like 2 months ago. Or no, 3. That shit do walls. What is this shield on her?
I look, you want to play the cat.
You want to play with the cat? What the hell are you talking about?
You don't know Cat Bastion?
Oh, that character. Oh yeah, now I remember who to ban.
No, don't ban him.
No, I banned that character every day. I mean, every time I was playing last time.
Stop. We can play Cat Bastion. Fair.
That shit was so disgusting, bro. That character was brain dead on launch.
Wait, I'm 1 HP. I'm
that
the
character
goat?
never made it through my matches.
No, don't ban
Who is
him.
this character? This is Emre.
Okay. My ult at 6-7. I guess. On God mod for 10k. Nope.
Fuck.
What is this skin, Anthony? What is he doing, bro?
I never skipped from the tank. Is it must buy? Yes, I'm a gooner. Wait, what? You're lucky I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
Cat, pick me up! Oh, she's going for the toilet seat.
Oh my fucking god, this Zarya. Just so low. Lifeline.
Cat, pick me up! Please!
This'll pack a punch.
This will pack a punch. Pack a punch.
He's ignoring me! We see that.
We play some COD Zombies. That shit was so fun.
What do you know about that?
What do I know about that?
Bro, what do you know about? Bro, I told you let's do the Easter eggs. You were like, hell no.
What Easter eggs on what game? Which one?
On BO3. Let's do all of them in order.
BO3? I'd have to buy it if you want to do it.
No, I memorized all of them. Except for Zesty Milk.
I'd have to buy it. How much is BO3 anyway?
Full price. You gotta get it off.
I'm poor.
You're not sponsored by like Steam, right? Complete Easter egg.
You're sponsored by Steam?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure which way I don't know that one.
Sure, it's a beam. 14.99.
I love you, man.
Can I get a heal up here? I greatly appreciate it. Hey, yo. Us. That dude's dead. Ooh, she got naded.
Dude, if this cat picks me up, we win the game. I'm saying.
Don't want to heal us? You kidding? That's crazy. Only healing the E-Kitten is crazy.
Pick me up! Pick me up! Stop shooting at me! Finally!
The cat is free. It's for Doomfist. Don't let me catch that stupid rat. Damn.
Get me away! Don't drop me in the crowd, bro! What the fuck? Maybe I don't want to play Cat Bastion with it. Ooh, I like that.
Okay. I should lose that. That's crazy. She headshot me.
Oh my god. Oh, she's going for the toilet seat.
You're gonna lose this. Match, you lose this match. Oh my god, this is a fucking annoying ass laser gun. This fucking Mercy. Woo! 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 This fucking Mercy needs to die, bro. Oh my god, this Mercy has got to die.
Don't worry, I can't stand on the
Someone help me kill the Mercy, please.
Don't worry, I'm here.
That wasn't exactly textbook.
Yo, Mercy's still alive, so. Like, literally, they're not dying because it's Mercy. Like. Okay.
Don't worry, the cat's on the point. Where's that? Oh.
Score 0-3.
Not ending stream till around 100 COD zombies is crazy.
I'm
That's
done
easy.
holding back.
You got a kid yes part?
Select your
Is that who?
Your kids are expensive, bro.
saw Cam went to court?
Son.
You saw what?
Bruh.
You seen it?
Yeah.
That was crazy, bro. What was he got a restraining order?
Yeah. Day one. Apparently he won. I mean, it makes sense why he won. If she's doing what she's doing.
I'm proud of Cam for that.
I mean, if you're putting information about someone's address and fucking house photos and shit, I'm like, yeah.
Cam is not low tier god.
Yeah, anyone can get a restraining order against someone for that. What the fuck?
5, 4, 3.
You can't just discuss someone's private life online. What the fuck?
Let's go, Cat. I trust you with my life this time. You nodded.
I mean,
You gotta go higher than that.
He's a horrible person, but like, she's doing stupid shit too. They're both doing stupid shit, and well, yeah. What the fuck is wrong with my character? What is that life weave thing? That shit crazy. The Tekken thumbnail, bro. That shit had me in tears, bro. I showed that shit yesterday's stream. I didn't give no context though. So my chat was like, yes, but the chat was like, what is that? Only a few people understood it. Show me. I got you one.
Well, if I got the other
That shit had me in tears, bro. Nah, that shit is crazy. That whole situation is fucked. Like, both of them are just horrible for each other. That shit is crazy. They're both like, just like, I don't know. I feel bad for the kid. That shit's crazy, bro. That shit is crazy, bro. Found it? Yeah, I have it. Hold on. These guys up. These guys are trolling. I'll just show it. Hold on. Just some Kazuya ranked. It was this shit. This shit had me in tears yesterday.
Oh my.
That shit had me in fucking tears, dog. I thought I seen Overwatch. There's a few Overwatch videos. That whole situation is just fucking crazy. I don't know.
He's trying to outbash me. He can't. Wait, I don't know why he
I got headshotted.
I'm on bash.
Which is gonna Instagram with a guy playing Blade motion controls. Nah, I didn't see it. My Instagram, I don't look at Instagram DMs. I probably should, because I have like a sponsor or something in there. I don't even know how to check that shit.
Oh, I tried to ult, but I couldn't.
I just ran down 2 people. That was so strong, but it's so easy to kill. That guy's aim. Oh my god.
We need to move that payload.
Who's Kazuya getting sued by? Jun. Kazuya's getting sued by Jun. Nah, do something.
Where did you come from?
You just can't compete.
Damn, Zion.
No way you're running at me.
Maka just ran it down. That guy does not care.
It's time to back up. He's gonna ult.
No, it was all the K. Oh, really bad. Wait, you can't shoot in it, huh? Zam. I forgot.
He didn't die. I see the Lego Brick Bastion skin. Did they bring it back? What do you mean?
Rivals got crashed into Warframe time? Bro, play Destiny, bro. Don't play Warframe. Lock
Dude,
in?
Destiny's servers down or something?
Oh shit, well I guess it is now.
Oh no, it's just not getting updates. I think it's because of
They're stop updating it for fucking marathon. And people are pissed. So play that, Destiny, bro. Destiny's fire. The DLC just expensive as hell. I wonder what's the chat. Somebody look up the total price of Destiny DLC, in Destiny 2. What is the total price of all the DLC? If you wanted to buy the game, including all the DLC, somebody look up that price. I'm so curious. $7? What did you just say?
At least $7, bro.
More like $700. The fuck?
40K US. You would damn like that shit up. 40K US. Bro, I don't even think people spend that much on Genshin Impact, bro.
Who don't? I do. I'm joking.
I'm not shocked, bro.
500? No.
That's it?
Switching sides.
That seems so
What do you
little
mean
for
that's it?
Destiny.
What type of money you got?
I mean, like that feel. Oh, I don't got money. But I
Oh
would
no, you
expect
got
it.
money. Okay.
Whoa, I would just expect it is way more.
All right, let's
bro.
see.
Like,
39, 99, 79, 39, 59, 59, 9, 29, 29, 29, 24, 19, 19, 19, 9, 9. Okay, well, these are emotes, but holy fuck.
Bro, that's a Genshin character. That ass.
Holy fuck.
That's one Genshin
Year of
character
Prophecy.
for
What
Arcade.
DLC is? Oh my god, very negative. It's crazy. It's a bundle for the 2025. $70 for holy shit. Final shape 30. Yeah, all the DLCs that are like not that big are 30. Two of these are just upgrade editions.
We got 500 on limit.
Wait, Destiny 1 is not on PC, right? Oh yeah, Destiny 1 isn't on PC.
Don't worry, bro. That's why we got Destiny 2.
Yeah, they said go play that fucking marathon when I'm updating Destiny, bro. Y'all gonna play this shit one way or another. Y'all gonna eat this shit up too. Y'all don't got a choice. They say y'all don't got a choice, bro.
Stop the payload.
Y'all gonna eat this shit up.
The payload's moving. No time to stand around.
584. God damn. Oh wait, some of those are on sale too. Oh nah. Destiny garbage? Not Destiny. I like Destiny. Just cost an arm and a leg though.
More upgrades.
Bro, I was on my brother's computer yesterday. That shit, Destiny is 164 gigs. But he has a lot of the DLC. I don't know if he has all. He probably does have all though. That shit said 164 gigs. I'm like, say you swear to God. Just fucking blew up. Scorch the skies.
No.
That game or what?
I mean, we have 3 minutes to push that, I think.
Mm.
2 minutes?
Oh, it's OT. That's what. What's the opposite day? What's up, Dabo? You trying to join?
Dabo Senepi!
Call him what?
Dabo Senepi.
They're muted.
I'm muted? You don't even know how to mute me, old man.
Oh man, you're older than me? What the fuck are you talking about?
You're older than me.
It's cap.
What year are you?
2003.
No, I'm 2004.
Cap.
Okay, even if you are 2003, my birthday is 9 days after yours.
Cap.
No,
I'm 2008.
Okay, I'm 2009.
Fuck no, you're not.
No
The hell?
wonder.
Fuck no, you're not. Overwatch on Arc better than Rebels anyways, but I was just wondering. No more
Then
wondering.
get on,
Hop
double.
Actually, take my spot.
What the hell?
About that.
The... No, we play till we lose.
Take my spot, Dub. How about that? Yo, chat, new
Play
video
till
out.
we lose. OW video. Let me guess. How I hit leaderboard on Marvel Rivals.
Fuck no. That's not what it is.
I don't know what there is to do in that game.
Escort.
It's already
Time to change up the strategy.
It's time to change the world.
Look alive. There's more where that came from.
easy. Oh, I'm dead.
No. I have to slave away on NTE for pools. NTE? That game is fun.
No, NTE.
NTE?
That's me.
I'm talking about NTE.
What's wrong with it? Game plays like ass.
Games of what?
Game plays like ass.
I played it. It was pretty fun. I played it.
Epic.
Ananta, whatever the hell it's called, better be better.
Oh, I didn't tweet the stream out.
Winner.
Interesting.
There you go. Silver one.
We doing all your placements.
Okay. I thought I'm free to
How many
go.
are we? I feel like that's a
But
lot,
I'm
bro.
free to go, right?
You said who now?
I thought I'm free to go, right?
Nope, we play till we lose.
Ooh. You gotta pick one.
It's not enough fire.
You gotta pick one.
Ah, we play till we lose. That's fine.
Do we play till we lose or
Ah, we play till we
finish
lose.
my placements? Okay.
Yeah, we play till we lose. We won't lose because I'm here.
Yeah, what if we lose this next match? I can get off the game.
I mean that's fine, but there's no universe that happens. I just checked.
Okay, bet. Yo, chat, what is the equivalent of Black Widow in this game?
Widowmaker?
No. Widowmaker's actually pretty decent. Sombra.
Play Sombra then. Bro, she's the
My
worst
Sombra goes
DPS in the
crazy.
game. Man, your Sombra, you're gonna feel like ass playing that character, bro.
I'm not gonna play her. My Sombra goes crazy. He tripping.
Okay, then play Torbjorn and only use the hammer.
The fuck? What said Torbjorn?
What's wrong with Torbjorn?
Actually, I have a sponsor I gotta do. You want me to watch a video? Where's the sponsor at? I can do it
I
right
heard
now.
Vendetta's pretty ass right now, but I don't know if that's true. I don't know if you've ever played her though.
Hold on, right back.
BRB, he says.
Where's this chat? I got a sponsor I gotta do. They want me to watch a video. I'm gonna pause the queue actually. I paused the queue.
I
Wait,
won't
pause the queue?
fucking lose. Oh, okay. I won't. Let me pause it.
I'll be ready in
Let me
like
put
3
it-
minutes.
I
I have a sponsor I gotta do. They want me to watch this video. It's called By Any Means. Pause the music. This is the trailer right here. I think it's a horror movie? Or what is it? Hold on. That's 2 minutes long. I'm gonna watch this. Is it a horror film? It says inspired by a true story. A young black FBI agent was sent to the 1960s Mississippi to investigate a wave of brutal killings. Ooh. Force works alongside notorious mafia hitman. Oh, he finds himself on a deadly hunt where justice and vengeance begins to blur. Ooh. Interesting. Alright, yeah, the film releases September 4th, 2026. It's action and drama, and it's based on a true story. Let's take a look. Oh, there's no audio. I'm getting trolled. Wait, that's not. Oh shit. Oh, whoops. There we go. What's
Agent
this?
Strider, why did you join the Bureau?
I believe in
Agent
justice,
Strider.
and I believe that Negroes have to be a part in
Oh,
getting
oh, that's what we saying?
it. Case after
Wait,
case,
is-
let's,
Wait. Okay, didn't tell me this is part of the trailer. Wait, what? Is this an actual sponsor? Wait, what? I'm gonna blur TikTok for this. Oh, hell no. Yo, give me a second.
so
What kind of sponsor is this?
I can do more than sit behind a desk.
That caught me off guard.
No one's talking to you, FBI.
Why?
Willingly, that is.
So what do you want to do?
Something
They got
unorthodox.
me off guard
You will be
completely.
partnered with someone tied to organized crime.
Goddamn. Oh, the boss.
That Eddie. I ain't telling you nothing.
Ooh.
The fuck are you supposed to be?
My driver?
Special Agent Wayne Strider, FBI.
Get the fuck out of here. Say hi, honey.
Hi, honey.
It's against protocol for me to join you in there.
Time for
What
you to leave
only?
my shop.
Whites only is crazy.
You all right? Come here, let me ask you a question.
Damn.
I got it.
Get out of the car.
We're gonna have some fun with you tonight.
Goddamn.
You're right. That was fun.
Why is he just?
Shut the car.
He's using the black guy's bait every
There's
time.
no witness. There's no crime. Let's get out of here. Fucking starving. Let's go.
Man, this guy's crazy.
I ain't got nothing to say to no authorities.
Hey, we done yet?
Who's this?
That's my drive.
I knocked some fucking
guy's just
heads around
beating
and I
everybody's
cracked the
ass.
case.
Making people disappear does not solve the problem.
Hey, yo. Okay, it was not joking. He actually did get
That
sent to
ain't really working, is it?
1960s.
They came for me.
Oh shit.
My wife.
Damn.
I kill them all. Enemy is necessary.
This movie look fire, chat.
Let's end this.
One life, live it right now.
By any means. W sponsor. This is a pretty good movie.
Drinks.
Coffee.
How you take it?
Black.
Looks pretty good. September. That's what's up. Yeah, shout out to them for sponsoring me. That's pretty cool. Yeah. So yeah, the overlay should be on. It'll be on the stream for like I think the next hour or something. I don't know. I'm ready, Q.
Let's ikuzo my nakama. Let's go, my friend in Japanese. In case you didn't know, I've been practicing.
Son.
What do you call me?
Son.
Yeah, you mad old if you saying that, bro.
No comment.
You talking to me?
I might be.
What did I do?
We want a training mode from here?
Yeah. Let me here. I think it should have sent you.
Yeah, it did. What the fuck is this? What am I using? I heard guns shoot like that.
Let's shake things up.
Oh, come on. I didn't finish. Damn it.
Who? Are we on Sierra?
Yeah.
I'm telling, bro, you can play it right now. It's just- if you land a right click on someone, just aim at them. It gives you auto aim. You have soldier ult.
What's our ult do?
Hazard ult, but you one shot instead.
Alright, let's do it.
You want to pick the right. You want to pick double right perk when you're on her. Those are her best perks. Double right.
Alright. Double right clicks, got it. Shift is a grapple. But
Yeah, it's a two-way grapple. If you use it, you can use it backwards again. And then use an aid.
you trying to ignore it. Ignore what? Alright, where's the cat? Shit, that shit's gone. That's the only thing I'm banning. Cat's gone. Yep. Just like that.
No!
There will be no kittens in my match.
Yeah,
There will
you
be
mad at
no
Yo for that.
kittens in my match. Oh, the Iron Man skin is out on Rivals. Nice.
Oh, you buying it from me?
For you, wait, what? I'm broke. They banned the character. God damn it.
Oh yeah, she's broken.
How's that my fault though? It's out, yeah, it's out. The Mantis skin in Iron Man, yes. If you want the Mantis skin, you should go buy it. Subtenko.
Me?
I'll see this matter resolved.
Imagine
No,
get
go back
both.
to Venture? Magic? No.
Oh, so I'm
They
just
don't
going
care about
out,
no
bro.
magic. They don't care about no magic in that game. All they care about is like what? Phoenix, Gambit.
Is within my
I mean,
I'm
somebody
good
on that
off
dev
those,
team
so-
clearly loves Phoenix.
I mean, I'm good off those characters.
They,
So I'm not-
I don't know if it's Young, but he loves Jean Grey. He loves Jean Grey. They better not change his perks.
Gas?
Pearl. Oh, they did. What the
What
fuck?
is this guy? I'm dead. Our healers are just. What the
let's move
fuck?
out.
What the fuck is that? Peacekeeper secondary fire. Oh, what?
Alright, bro.
Lifting shot that inflicts bleeding. Counter roll. Oh, wow. Hey, bro. Alright, what's your name, bro? I was reading shit and this dude just shot me in my damn leg with an arrow.
Eyes sharp this time.
Mercy and Moira, we lost. That's the legendary heal.
Yo, that guy is tearing my head off. He just headshot me again. Okay. It's just like fighting Hawkeye, I guess. Yo, this guy does. Okay, like he has headshot me 4 times now, or 3 times now. I'm not saying he's cheating, but I'm not saying he's not cheating. Someone's got to fill this saddle. You gotta crouch more? Crouch. I'll say crouch. Son, fuck a crouch, bro. I want him dead. I'm not hiding.
Let me jump!
I'm not hiding. Oh, I don't know the map. I tried to roll off the cliff. I tried to roll off the cliff, but then there's a wall behind me. So I look like an idiot.
Lucky shot.
I tried to roll off. Those only aiming for head and shoulders. Shoulders. But the kneecaps.
I'll never miss my mark.
I'll never miss my mark.
Play the game.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty ult. That was fucking amazing, actually.
Not bad, if I do say so myself.
Oh my god, I just got the K word.
I fucking hate this character. Just clicked. I forgot this shit puts a voice line on. When they get a Roadhog.
No time to waste.
That is the start.
Didn't they? I did not pay attention to that guy. I've been ignoring him.
Respawning to give enemy. Yeah, that was the plan.
Oh, he lives up.
Healers are dead.
Oh, that's awkward.
Just hide.
She hacked it.
Why the hell would you shield me there? Oh yeah.
Yeah, this character's for cornballs. Bro just one shots me 2 times in a row. Okay.
Really? No, I was about to say last game, if you died at Bastion, I'll let you more ass, but I lagged, so.
Bro just one shot me repeatedly. Hanzo can hack with his arrows. Excuse me, we got team ups in this game?
Yeah, if you land a scan or some shit like that, just scan.
Okay, well that's new.
It's because they don't know how to give them a balance perk.
Bro has Somber Kit. What the fuck? Like, it's some rivals team up or something. Like, what? Like, why is what's?
Oh my! Okay. Thank you, Anna.
Roundup. Oh, that's a pretty good one.
Oh, I missed.
Hey, he just one shots me. Like, this is his 3rd time one shotting me. Okay, bro. Like, I don't know. This is the 3rd time he's done that shit in a row. He just keeps one shotting me with his fucking hook and click. Like, okay, bro. No, I know. Just very fucking corny. Didn't take a lot of skill.
Why would you bubble me there? Oh.
I almost threw my head off again. I blinded him. What slows doesn't blind? Oops.
Bit early. Dust off.
Oh lordy.
Picking up the pay. I'll put it all on the line.
Come to my position. Get the payload on its way.
Scorch the sky!
Deploying explosive.
Oh, that's not good.
We're outnumbered. Stay front.
Who is in there?
Me?
Bro, you're dead.
Hell no. You are ass when you're not getting pocketed, bro.
I'm keeping you alive.
Nasty honor. Oh, nasty B tier character.
Nasty?
60 seconds. Scorch the sky!
Hello.
Showing the back. No, I don't know why. Dude, that hustle was so ass.
You definitely should have died. It's like you didn't die like this. Kind of ridiculous.
Him and Lucio, I don't know what the fuck they were planning. I don't know why Lucio came and not Kiriko.
Select your hero.
But hey, it worked. Wonder if I can. I'll try it. But I'm not gonna. Like, Roadhog grabs me, I'm cooked.
I gotta turn this TikTok auto bleep thing off. Hold on. TikTok auto bleep. There's
The fact I have more damage than the Hanzo is crazy.
I found it. That setting. Oh shit. Match started. Whoops. I can't do it yet.
2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Watch each other's backs out there.
Oh my. Are they looting now? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Alright, shredded them. The Iron Man skin looks cool, but has no VFX. Yep. I don't know how it doesn't, but whatever.
Desperate measures.
At least the Mantis skin doesn't either. If the Mantis skin had some as well, that would. That like at that point they're just clearly playing for favorites.
That guy's a plumber without his mercy, bro.
Heroes never die.
They're even going Cassidy.
Oh my goodness.
Duplicating bastion.
This skin? Yeah, they might. They did it for Adam as well. It's just stupid they didn't come out with it. Or if it is gonna effects in the future, they should just say so. Or I don't know, just launch it with it. Like I don't know. So weird. I don't even know why he has that skin in the first place. I don't know why Blade doesn't have that. That's Overwatch. It's Overwatch. I don't know. I don't know.
Holy shit. Are you telling him these boss is picking them up?
Advancing upward.
Oops. Oh my god. I keep getting shredded when I peek.
Oh, I've got no movement. Oh no. Oh wait, our whole fucking team went back. That's crazy.
That big guy to explode. Can I snipe you with this? Oh, I thought I could snipe you with that.
Oh, I'm trying to go
Is he
down.
even healed? I can't really see his health bar.
Did you what?
Nah, nothing.
I thought you asked if your pistol healed.
More upgrades.
Yeah, that's sweet. Man, that's pretty. I'm just getting this nice perk. Oh,
Have ult. You want all of me or what?
yeah, sure.
I'm doing it.
I didn't mean to grab this.
I'm dead. They have a fucking. God, McCree just shredded me or something. Oh, he was waiting for me. Oh my god.
Heroes never die.
Picking up the pace.
He wasn't even looking at you guys, or he was looking straight at me. Before I even pressed Q. That grenade doesn't kill him well. much health was he at? 34? Oh.
Let's try that again.
Bro, the brain rot is showing? Is it? That girl's dead. Oh, that guy's dead.
Dikkat ve izle. Yeni bir şey öğreneceksin.
Fuck.
Oh. Oh my god. I wanted to go Bastion. 22 kitties.
I'm dead as fuck. She res me to die. You say, yeah, let me get rezzed up real quick just so you can die again.
Now they're asking for it.
Oh, hindered. The worst effect in the game.
Hindered.
Yeah. Cassie made shit. Why you can't play on run and do it, but.
I like the look of that.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, hindered. So bad.
A lot of fucking Q buttons. There's like 3 ults. But was she ulting?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I didn't hear it.
It's okay, we got it. I think.
Oh, that hits me in the sky, damn it.
Heroes never die.
Enemy turret ahead.
As all things are.
I'm not checking in.
Make sure we don't see nothing.
I'll be alright.
This won't take long.
30 seconds.
It's almost over. Just hang in there.
What the fuck is that? That guy's one.
Take it easy, all right? I won't let you fall. Activating.
Still waiting for Suzu, but we still on. So, worth it, I guess. Not. I ulted, but my ult gets countered by one Suzu, so. But we still killed him, so it's fine.
Genshin side hustle. Genshin side hustle? What in the hell? You got a Genshin side hustle? Do you load up people's accounts or something?
Damn, what? I'm so nice.
Hey, bro, I was.
Glad to be of assistance.
Flash your jugs. What that mean?
Wait, what? Somebody told you to do what?
Flash your jug. What that mean?
You heard him.
What?
You heard him.
What?
Do it.
I'm born in 2012. You know what that means, Wink?
Vote for a map.
CCI. Oh, yeah, I know this. Okay. All right.
Select your hero.
Give me my thingy back. I have some unbanned requests to not read. This dude. To not read is crazy.
Select heroes to ban.
Time to ban the cat. What's up, Mar? How you doing? Get that cat out of here. Nice, nice, nice.
Bro, what's wrong with the cat?
Nice, nice. No cats in my games. There will be no kittens in my games. There will be no kittens in my matches.
Stop whispering in my damn ear saying that shit, bro.
There will be
No,
no
I'm not doing no
kittens
jug
in my
cam.
matches. There will be no kittens
I'm not
in
doing
my
no
matches,
jug
bro. I don't
cam,
know
bro.
what to tell
Stop
you.
typing that shit.
What is wrong with your chat?
Bro, I don't know. I got heroic endorsement. How the fuck do you do this?
Heroic endorsement. Mm-hmm.
I'm the GOAT. Heroic I'm heroic.
Yeah, sure you are.
Please! Nope, not going. Not happening. What do you mean sure I am? I am. I was the hero of that game.
Hey, sis, don't get in my way out there.
Are you ever gonna let that
It's
go?
like that one basketball
Maybe.
Basketball thing.
Laundry for the rest of the year.
thing. You know what I'm
Not
talking about.
happening.
I actually don't.
5, 4.
Just Homer, what would you do if you... Wait, that's not basketball, that's Kanye.
Bro, what are you... that's what I'm saying. I don't know what you're saying. You're just you're like talking and I don't know what the fuck you're talking
I
about.
thought it was LeBron, but it hit me. I was like, I'm pretty sure that's Kanye. Just Homer, what if you didn't get played a game? I guess we'll never know. LeBron, but I'm pretty sure that's what Kanye said. Not the just Homer part, well, you know that. You just what I'm saying?
Adventure? Yeah, adventure.
That's such a counter pick, bro. I hate that guy so much. Die, man.
I think my sense is messed up. Where's the team out? I don't know what's going on.
We have bested their record.
What's going on, Ryan?
Yo, the robot. You guys are pushing this shit.
Look alive. When does Cam get back? I don't know. You just perma-banned on Twitch. I don't know. He's always banned. How am I supposed to know?
You got a 2-week ban.
And he wonders why he doesn't. We got kicked from that event. Like, I don't think Twitch is for him. Like, he gets banned too much. This was fucking pylon.
I
don't think Twitch is for him. He gets banned way too much.
You gotta go on Kickle so they can wear him.
Like, I don't know.
What are these picks, bro? Why are you going on
The TOS demon.
Rising from the ashes.
I need a number from 1 to 5. 3.
What the fuck's this back here? Oh, it's a Macho.
1 to 5. 3. 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 1 to 5. 3
He's low. He's low as hell.
We're taking that robot back.
I'm done holding back.
What are these?
Countdown.
Over here.
Wait, I could low-key just play Echo here. I'll do it after.
Echo. 2x scale? League?
Yeah, man. Hell no.
Hell no.
We should do a collab.
Collab with who?
Riot. Okay, that was like the amount of ultimates.
Womp womp womp.
Wait, Onrun might be Santa Claus.
I don't know if you're what?
Onrun might be Santa Claus because she references him. She's like, you better watch out. It's like the Santa Claus song.
You have brain rot. They'll tell you that.
I just got the K-worded again.
K-worded? What's a K-word? Oh, decay. Oh shit, she altered?
We got banned. We were arguing in this chat, and I think someone reported him in his chat.
In his own stream, he was arguing with someone?
He was arguing with because he was typing in Eli's chat. Well, he was arguing with me, and then I don't know who it wasn't me.
Well, I mean, it's still his fault. Like, I don't know what he just says whatever he wants. Like, I don't know. What up? Oh god, you got lasered. Like,
why is he shooting at my
shit is just a joke to him. I don't know.
Who can? Yeah, Cam. He's a funny one.
They are pushing the robot.
There's sound.
Can't we expect no less? Like, I don't know. So I decided to play even games with him. Like, I don't know.
Play Mario Party with him. That'll be fun.
Fuck no, he's gonna see what's my shit.
Are we dead ass?
Yeah, yeah. Got that. Are you dead? Oh
okay.
My God.
Okay.
I just got ulted by like 2 people.
I might have to go back to Onrun. They counterpicked me.
Ulted by like 2 fucking people.
They hate you, bro. I was freaking violating them, bro. That's why.
What's up, hero?
Holy shit. I think I dropped a nuke on me. Ah, human error. Whose ult do I want to grab here?
Hmm?
Or Ramatra. That's who.
I like
Take that, please. Yeah, what a dumbass dude.
Son.
Oh my! Where's our healers?
Wheeling. I need a wheeling. I need a wheeling. Where are our healers? Who the fuck is shooting me?
If I got healed, I'd was gonna ult, but fuck me, I guess. Actually, this guy for Bastion.
Enemy turret ahead.
I cannot hear you yet.
Oh, wow, so
What is that melody? That guy doesn't die? Holy double ult of doom. I keep getting double ulted. I keep getting double ulted. Bruh. Take you for Overwatch guy? I play anything. Play any game. What do you mean? Play any and every game. What's up, Nigel?
You kind of sound like, thank you. I was just telling Con that people say I sound like Sigma.
Stream recommendations are weird. Yeah, I do play anything, yeah. Fuck? What the fuck?
Blaming the robot.
Scorch the sky!
Throw a grenade.
A taste of poison.
I can help you escape. She's one if you turn around.
Oh! Kiriko saved her. Nope.
Sag. This fucking barrack, can I just show this? It's no break.
Okay, I'm fighting both Dash.
That guy's dead.
Those guys are...
Son, did he really just...
Hey, y'all win that without me.
I don't know about that.
Too soon.
I don't know about that. Jesus.
We're outnumbered. Play smart. I need to play.
Cooking Mama. Cooking Mamas. I haven't played a Cooking Mama since DS days.
My whole kit is around burning, and I have the worst burn in the game. Make it make sense.
You want the big watch? The watch of the over? The over of the watch? Okay, I don't know how to do that. Yeah, lasered the fuck out of me. I forgot he has that upgrade. I completely forgot he has that. He can like just get it like what? Just missiles or something like that?
Yeah. It's his old ult.
Yeah, I forgot.
Oh my! Okay. Something's going wrong. They need to add a character that's tangible. No, they need to buff the character. But if they buff the character, everyone's gonna play her and then she's gonna get gutted and she'll be unplayable.
Oh my god, this guy. He almost killing that girl, but then she heals.
They're gaining on us. We have to stay on top.
I won't back down.
Enemy turret up ahead.
Prepare for impact.
We'll watch more teammates game than Rebels. I don't fucking know.
Team kill!
Victory.
Did we use everything?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'll use everything. Yep.
Me?
How long have you been playing? This stream? 2 hours. What do you mean? I've been playing since the start of the stream.
W Portugal. That ass.
Blah.
Chat, what should I order?
Should order me food.
I got DoorDash credits. That's the only reason I'm ordering.
Yeah, look me up.
Hell nah.
I'm not.
I got you like a McFlurry or some shit.
The fuck I want a McFlurry? No.
Another brick? No, I'm not getting no burger.
No, I don't want a McFlurry, man.
20-piece nuggets. I feel like if you order just nuggets, bro, you're just.
What's wrong? What's wrong with nuggets?
Bro, if you're ordering just nuggets, I don't know what to say.
Nothing wrong with nuggets. I like Wendy's
40-piece,
nuggets.
60-piece, bro. 60-piece nuggets. I'll have to shit before I even go eat. I only get nuggets. She eats like a toddler. Yeah, you got like a baby palate. Baby palate. I love nuggies. Okay. You're 30 years old. If you're 30 and you eat chicken nuggets, then like,
What was that supposed to mean?
no offense, but like, like unless you got like those things, like those fake teeth you gotta put in, you shouldn't be eating chicken nuggets. If then like, I'm sure people in your chat would agree, right?
Can't eat
How
nuggets
in
at
your
30 anymore? That's crazy.
Hell no.
Good thing I'm not
There's
30.
stuff that you can eat at 30. you're almost there, but if you're 30, you can't eat chicken nuggets.
Select your hero.
There's a yapper. The
Me?
yapaholic. Yes, you.
Oh yeah, if I'm a yapper, then explain this quote.
The fucking yapaholic. Did I play Genji this match? Actually, no.
Go
feel
for
like
it,
it.
bro. I'll play dive with you, bro. You just gotta ban Cassidy and the cat.
I don't feel like playing Genji. Too lazy.
Come on, then.
Too lazy.
We're not losing this game, chat.
Sure we're not.
What's wrong with chicken? I mean, like, it's cool, but like, you're 30, so you can't really.
What the
you
fuck
shouldn't be
does
eating
that
them.
mean?
Bro, there's things you can do at 30 that I mean you can't do at 30 that you can do when you're not going to do.
So you're
What?
saying
You can't.
this guy's a yapper, bro? Oh my lordy.
Listen,
You're a yapaholic. Bro said you can't eat nuggies at 30.
you can't.
Oh, Sierra's unbanned. Okay, I'll trust Sierra. Okay, you said I do what and then do what?
Okay, so when you land the right click, aim at whoever you right clicked on, because that gives you auto aim.
Alright.
Now we lost. Our support says they like trains.
It's on trains.
I mean, if he's 30, he shouldn't like trains. I'm not gonna lie. Unless he's conducting the train, that's different.
Always climb, never fall.
Breathing air since no, you can breathe air at 30. That's fine, I guess.
They have this coming, so let's give it to them.
Listen, one of the reasons why a 30-year-old told me this, because I was telling him I was eating chicken nuggets, and he said we don't call them that anymore. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, in our generation, we called them processed chicken medallions. I was like, what the hell is he talking about?
What the fuck are you talking about?
That's what exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth. Well, we said it at the same time, so like, you didn't really take them out of my mouth, but
Our time to shine.
I'm just saying. Some 30-year-olds, most 30, like 99% of 30-year-olds should not be eating chicken nuggets at 30. You sniffing what I'm shitting?
Nope.
I'm tough, bro.
Oh, that's a funny ability. What the fuck is that? Where the hell? Wait, so what does the shift do if I don't?
It's your grapple.
I thought it like scans the area or some shit. It's just a two-part grapple. That's it. That's all it does. Yeah, I guess.
No, come here, give me that bubble butt.
Give you that what? What the fuck is?
Bro.
Oh nah, these characters. Okay, skill expressions out the window. Never mind. These
You can use
dudes
the
lost
grapple
their
to
mind.
projectiles to block. Oh yeah, you can use the grapple to projectiles. to
Oh
projectiles.
wait, you use it twice? What the fuck?
I mean, you can use it to block things. Oops.
Oh.
Healers, we're healers.
A funny ability, I guess. Yeah, aight, bro. Yeah, aight. Yo, these devs have lost their fucking minds. This is a Marvel Rivals ass character. This motherfucker take no skill.
You just hop on the character, you'll be
This
fine.
character take no skill. What? This character take no type of skill. What is that? That is brain
Told
dead.
you, bro. I should just get on the character. You'll
This is a Rivals character, bro. What? Why does it auto track? Yeah, that's fucking brain dead. I don't even think Rivals would do something this crazy. Actually, they would. They don't exist, but still. What the fuck does this ult do? Oh, that. Okay, that's a path going forward. What does that do?
Activating self-destruct sequence.
Tightens and widens.
Because you're less
Just
accurate when
insult me.
you first start shooting, but it just makes it faster.
Mm.
I'm ready, mod me.
Rank him on? I'm not rank yet. I'm rank.
Got another chance. No way I'm wasting it.
I like to say this, like this is some rival shit, but then like Gambit exists. I don't know. The right click is for sure some rival shit though.
2015 follower. Let's see. Following since August 17, 2022. Okay.
Can't B-hop in this game?
Now you can. I'll show you.
Probably not with this ability.
Holy shit. I'm crazy. Round down? If I round down, it's 2020. Goofy. I missed everything. I'm dead.
GM soon? GM? I don't even know what the ranks are in this game. I'm just playing.
Bronze, silver, gold, plat, diamond, masters, grandmasters, champions, top 500. Holy iframe. Like that
Yeah, alright, bro. Like, okay, man. I had some respect for this game, but alright.
Better, faster, strong. Face the sunrise. Eyes on the sky.
Victory.
I fucking okay. I mean, I guess. Like, I don't know.
Play of the game.
What the fuck did she do?
Widow. I'm not playing Widowmaker.
Nerf bastion. Get it? Oh, I died to this shit.
What's up, Joy?
Don't touch me.
How you doing?
Dad got play the game. Whatever the fuck that dude was doing to me.
Oh yeah, I saw your friends earlier, Joy. Some good friends you had. Why'd your friends call you a dumbass? Or no, what did he say? I don't know what he said. He said our new dumbass. I forgot what the fucking NPC said. Oh man. Oh, that game is so hilarious. That game is hilarious. Nah, I gotta get back on that.
I don't think we're gonna lose.
Says who? I could lose right now.
Me?
We could lose right now. Hold on. I can fix that.
Nope.
I can fix that. Pretty easy fix, no?
It's fine. I'm the GOAT. They used to call me the King of Curses back in the day. Back in the High Era.
High air.
But
No, I know what they used to call
would know
you.
about
Mr. Busted CT.
that. Mr. Buster. Yeah. The Speds called me that, sure.
Bro,
The game
your
opened, no one was
CT
on that
would
shit.
one-shot people. Wait, what'd they nerf
No,
to it? What'd they do to it?
Nothing. They didn't touch
They didn't
it.
touch
They
it?
just-
What?
They didn't touch it. It was just not good.
Bro, there's no way.
Dude, every CC player on my CT rolled off. Like, I had NRF.
Is that a rarity
How-
system?
Yeah, it was a royal.
Mm. Damn.
NRF DM'd me. How do I use your CT? Click R. Is that it? Yeah. I DM him like 3 hours later. How you enjoy my CT? Frame one rolled off. I was like, okay, cool.
That's gonna be one of them
I go-
niche ones. It's niche
Go
trust.
Minster with his broken vampire. He
The
swore-
Minsters
he
was
swore
broken
up and
as
down.
hell. Like,
He used to say it was balanced.
that shit, no, that was
He went
not
on my
balanced.
CT. I have the DMs pinned.
His
Bro,
wasn't balanced. Dicey's wasn't balanced. Data's wasn't balanced. There's so much people that shit just was not balanced.
I think Data's was ass. I'm not gonna lie.
With progression, that shit was Thanos though, but Ragnar nerfed it.
Mr. DM, bro, your CT cost 70% of my bar. I'm re-rolling, baby girl. That's
I'm
it.
re-rolling.
Hold on. That's what he said.
Select your hero.
Dude, that CC was ass, bro. I'm sorry. That shit was just ass. It was good if someone was SS1 Dura, but how many people were that? Like nothing. Like nobody. Like Minster, flashbacking. I guess Rag, but I don't think we count Rag. Oh yeah, did you see what they're doing to CG?
The what?
Rogue Lineage 2.
I haven't been on that website in like months. I have no clue.
CG is he added mana bars.
Alright.
Yep. Well, he added sneaking around too, so you can't get detected by the enemy. Oh, I need to look at the Discord.
Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. I don't want to play.
Just hop on Rivals. I'm good. I'm good, man.
The Ramattra's fun. I'm not playing tank right now though.
You know, some people say I got the aura of Ramatra.
I'll put it all on the
Says who?
A lot of people.
I won't take
Like
okay.
like J3.
Okay.
Warren, Aspen. You know, they used to say that about me.
Okay.
Back in the day. Even Lacey and Jason the Wing, they were saying that.
Oh, okay.
Well.
It's pretty cool.
And Arky. You know what? You know Phase Adapt?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he used to say that about me too.
Okay.
5, 4, 3.
They were talking. They said they FW your videos.
Attack commence.
The Ricky.
Escort the payload.
The fuck?
I need healing. Prepare for impact.
1055. I'm over here like, where's our tank at? And then we're playing off angle. Who are you fighting?
I wish he wasn't on Bastion so I could beat him.
Okay, I wish my tank would play main. But he's playing fucking off angles. Whatever. I just gotta go with him, not the off angle, I guess. Like, I don't know. Fuck the payload, I suppose.
Am I still walking? Yeah.
Look alive. We're outnumbered.
Wait, our whole team's dead?
Yeah, something like that.
I'm stuck on the...
I mean, we have like no front line because this guy's like not playing main.
Don't make mistakes.
Oh, you can actually kill that. Nice.
Oh my fucking god, if that's a Reaper. Oh, he got the health pack. I would have killed him, but he got the health pack.
Yeah, go work team. We did it. We did it. All us.
Uh-huh.
More upgrades.
Legit tank. Where the fuck am I at? Is your tank no round counters rain? Let's go through a shield.
Oh my god. Oh shit, man.
That's good stuff.
Juno!
Juno? Who the hell are you talking about?
Our healer.
Juno. We have a Juno?
God. Yeah. What game are you playing?
I don't know. Fucking Paladins?
What you know about Paladins? Give me that play of the game.
You don't know nothing about no Paladins, whatever.
Alright, come on, be on me on Paladins.
I'm not playing that shit. I don't even remember who I played. I think I played the pink hair girl.
Maybe.
Was it Maeve?
Yeah.
It was her and oh, that guy got bombed. It was her and
Oh, I'm not peeking that. Are you crazy?
I forgot the other
Don't you
character I
dare grab
played.
me. No, I just can't.
I remember Fernando. That motherfucker was annoying.
Fernando!
That motherfucker was annoying, bro. Fuck that guy.
I remember his old The name of the bald guy with the shotgun?
Okay, I mean, I guess. I got my shit fucking snatched. Like my cheeks literally just got fucking fondled.
Psych boy? Oh my god. I have to reload, but I don't know who did.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Look alive!
Add clips? Bro, that's not a clip, bro. You doing the Sombra yet? Yeah, I'm the Sombra. Yeah, alright, bro. Some pretty balanced damage you just did to me.
Dude, what was for his ult, bro?
Was it the big ass flamethrower or dragon or something?
No, like the voice line. I used to make fun of it all the time.
I don't fucking know. The game is such a blur.
Whoa, don't say that. I will not die, my friend! Or something like that. Something, I don't remember. I'm just standing there with...
See, Blade finally got a real gun. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy.
Holy shit, you guys so good at Roadhog.
I need to turn off this stupid TikTok auto bleep thing. This stuff is so goofy, bro.
Is it bleep when I say frick?
I don't know. That's pretty good to have. You can test what is TOS and what isn't on that app.
I feel like it's
Literally anything is TOS on that app.
Without me, right?
Double kill.
Oh my god, you're so talented, man! Oh my god.
I was gonna say, if no one kills that girl, then like I don't know.
Thank god, Ash's burn damage is more than mine.
They're so weird.
I know, right?
He's one. This guy just keeps hooking me every time I go into the fucking sky with my ult.
I'll the fuck out of you, I don't care. Don't you dare call in Bob. Hold that shield out for me.
3 people. No, I'm no warbit.
Roadhog belly got more burned than what the fuck does that mean? What?
Can't call out Roadhog as one. He can heal himself.
Oh, he was.
I mean, I guess. Still died though, yeah.
Don't worry, I'm going on my Widowmaker. Hey Con, can you check DMs? Am I allowed to say this?
Sure, I'll check right now.
That's the K word. I mean, I say that, but I don't know if I'm allowed.
Bad
to say
look.
That.
You can, but it's a bad look.
I won't get banned.
No, but it's a bad look.
For who? For me or?
I mean, I don't fuck with that guy, but like, I don't.
I mean, is it a bad look that happened?
It's just
to me,
a bad look to
it?
say.
Oh, I thought you were saying it's a bad look because it happened to me.
I don't care. There's tons of people on Rebel saying that word, but hey,
You know, making sure it's not
you
banned.
play Sojourn yet? You did the girl with the plasma gun. Yeah, I don't like her. I'm lit off that.
Well, I don't like her.
There's cooler gun characters in this game.
5, 4, 3,
What's up, Patch? How you doing?
1. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
Oh, that's the exit sign, bro.
That's good stuff.
Wait, what? I don't one-shot Ash?
Deploying explosive.
Don't want to ass. You can handle the ass.
Ash.
You can handle all that ass.
Ash, bro. Ash.
Ass.
I'm getting. They have a Sombra?
Is that a diva? This is a diva.
Oh my god, Diva Sombra. I can't. In Bap, I actually. Oh, wait, look.
Sierra? Yeah, I played her last match. That character was brain dead. That character, like, they actually gave up with development. Like, I don't know.
Wait, how much HP does Ash have? I don't know. What shot her?
Like, I don't know how, like, that character got past testing.
She didn't. They dropped her. Just like that.
They're pushing the payload. Cut them off.
Focusing fire.
Grenade en route.
Oh, okay. Oh, I don't have the sticky grenade yet.
Oh my god. Are you look at me?
Killed him in the spawner. Buffed human torch got. Bro, human torch. Oh my god. How many friends I have that quit the game because of Twitch meta? I mean, some of them are back now, but like.
What?
Fucking Twitch meta. There's a flyer meta on Rebels. That shit was. Oh, my monitor's black. I ain't buying a new fucking monitor. Monitor just randomly goes black. Oh, you can't kill them when that thing's up?
Yeah. Okay, you can.
Oh, they added Loki lamps in this game, okay.
Added? Dude, that's
They added Loki lamps.
Dude, that's been there.
They got Loki lamps in this game?
Alright, bro. I'm actually good at that.
What? Oh my fucking god, she summoned it on top of me.
I wonder if they know I'm here.
Oh, she didn't even know I was there. Oh my god, it was just unlucky.
Now the rest.
Behind me, friends.
I let go. Oh, come on, Lala, come on. Oh, Lala, oh, Lala.
Team, stop the payload.
That was bad. I let go of my
Okay.
That's more like it.
Yeah, can you nano boost my ult? Oh fuck, I was gonna say not you.
I think.
Big pupper.
Yeah, you did it.
Oh wait, that is you. What your name is different.
Sauce police.
Man, I'm playing DPS as much. Oh wait, you are.
Yeah, I'm sauce police.
Whoops. Whoops. I'm dead as fuck. I'm dead as fuck. I'm in focus so hard. Oh my god, she don't like me. No, that's big pupper, not puffer.
Shut up, copy diva.
I've gotten back up from worse.
Copy diva. Fuck.
I just realized Gambit is literally just the fucking nano, but on everybody. That shit is brain dead.
Old Orisa ult.
It's literally just nano, but on every character that he gets inside the fucking thing. That's so brain dead. Hanzo, I sleep. I'm not playing no Hanzo. I'm gonna fall asleep. Alright, 2 tanks. GG report. Can we get 2 tanks? And we count as Ultron as ult? I mean, I guess.
Aye, let's try that again.
I'm right here.
Oh,
Who was that hitting?
not me. Yeah.
You're powered up. Get in there.
I'm unstoppable.
He died to the mech.
Take it easy, all right?
Ah, lele, ah, lela.
Must be a direct hit.
You got it. 30 seconds. You're pretty good at that.
W
They-
useless nano.
Oh, they pushed it.
They backdoor.
Yeah.
No. Yippee.
That's just spawn. Be careful.
Oh, I know. Let me cook.
Kraken.
Wait, I don't fucking see anyone. What the fuck is that?
Oh, Suzu. He's so focused on Miro, he's getting ran through.
Almost because I got in the spawn room.
Enemy contact.
Let me know if they use the lamp.
Alright. Oh my goodness. Alright, lamp's down. I'm alt.
Oh, I didn't break all. Oh, we only have one
This is a
all.
thing? What the fuck? Huh. I didn't know there was a hole in there. No, at the top of it. I was trying to like stay on the platform, but there was no platform.
Look alive.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Not sure why she did that, but alright. Going for the combo stars. Oh, there we go.
That's the toilet seat. Going for the toilet seat.
Play of the game.
Infernazo!
That's mine. Hello, Shine. I got nano, bro. There was laser on him. Whoa! Blah.
Bro, I'm telling you, we're not gonna lose.
You like
bro.
Overwatch? Eh. It's alright.
Bro, you love it, bro. You
It's
love it.
alright.
The supports are dying. You're having
It's
fun.
alright.
The supports are dying. You're having fun.
It's alright.
The supports are dying. You're having fun.
I co supports and rivals too, bro. You gotta lock in. You just gotta lock in.
Nope.
You gotta lock in.
I told you you can check my match history. I went crazy.
Can I join?
Oh my God.
Fuck you.
What the fuck? Who said that? Yeah, you can join, man.
Fuck no. Fuck no, you can't join. I just realized I'm in the. Oh no, no, mine's on purpose. Get this guy off Overwatch. What'd I do? I'll bully. I'll bully.
Dude, let's go pro on Overwatch.
I need to send this to Weku. Weku. This is my hammer. Hammer. After what you said, do you deserve the hammer? If anything, I should give you the hammer. As in hammer your damn head in.
Like Torbjorn. Torbjorn.
Bruh.
That's the Torbjorn reference because he has a
Son.
hammer.
Son.
No such thing as fun in these games. I have a blast every time I play this.
Uh-huh. Yeah, same.
And we haven't lost. How could I be not having fun?
Hmm.
Quick play unranked. Nah, I know I went crazy this game. Hold on. Was I not playing with him? Oh, this game I went crazy.
Bullying plats and more rivals wasn't enough, so you're bullying golds in Overwatch? Oh, okay.
And he didn't die? Wait, what?
Okay. Is that how that works?
What? 0 death? I didn't even know that.
We love Smurfy. I want Smurf.
Yeah, he's boosting me.
I'm playing like 2 characters. All I've played is Genji and Emmerich. I didn't even play Onra. Played Sierra, yeah, that character is brain dead. That
said
character
Onran?
is brain dead. Onran. Yeah, I play Onra and Emmerich. Those are the only 2 characters I play anymore.
Nah, you don't want to do that shit. You don't want to play on run.
Dude, I don't. That's why I played her. I dropped like 40.
Nah, you don't. You don't want to play her.
What's up, Ellie?
Why open your chat? Every message is Overwatch.
Because apparently all I play is Rivals. Yeah, we playing Rivals after this?
We?
Yeah, we.
Am I reinstalling?
I'm not
that
saying
game?
French. It's not me. We. It's we.
I'll play Rivals if we do the Black Ops Easter egg eventually.
Oh, what? What? The what? What'd you say?
If we do the Black Ops Easter egg, the zombie Easter egg, play Rivals eventually.
Oh, Black Ops? Yeah, I'm done.
I'll install it after we get off.
I mean, I'm not
we
talking
gotta
about
go.
today. Like, we're gonna play
No,
Rivals today.
no, I said eventually because I know you're not buying that shit. You gotta wait till it's sale because I don't even think you can get it for cheap.
No, I mean, like, we don't have to play Rivals today. After this, we're gonna play Tekken or Cuphead. I don't know.
Suppose I'll reinstall my game.
Hey, but Dungeon vs. Yuji, I didn't watch it. Yo, this game's dead? Queue times are crazy?
Nah, no worries. I'll find us a match.
Game's dead?
Yeah, Black Ops is
Cuphead? Yeah, man, we're gonna play Cuphead.
It's well, the Zombie Chronicles edition is $60.
Mm-hmm. Solo? No, we're playing for Lie.
And then the season pass is still $50. That's kind of crazy.
Season pass for what game? Oh, for
Black Ops.
Black Ops? Mm-hmm.
Ooh, wait, good news. Arc Raiders is on sale.
How does that matter? That game is like, it's not dead, but like no one plays that shit like that no more.
All the PvE play.
Like, oh yeah, it's just like probably PvE players left because all the PvP players are like in their own thingy. So watch going good. We haven't lost a match yet.
No, I was saying still got 50k players, not bad, but like it was just at 100k like a couple months ago.
I see.
I don't know. That game is PvE. I don't even think there's a new map, to be honest.
Smash Bros stream used to be so fire. So when they drop a new one, I'll be there. When they
Was
drop
it
a new
confirmed that
one.
the last one was the last one?
No, it's not. They nah. It's that Sakurai is like not working. Well, Sakurai took a break to be a family man or some shit, but now he just came back to work on games again like a year ago. So like,
Traveling to Numbani.
he just
They
took a
banned
break
On-Run.
from game development. Oh, the cat's still banned.
We lost. I don't know how to play anyone else.
They Vendetta yet? Who's Vendetta?
Magic.
Oh, okay.
No, that's what she is.
Vendetta? No, I haven't played her yet.
Yeah, stream sniping. Dead it. No, they're banning B tiers. They're stream sniping.
So where's Salak at? Can I get Salak in this game?
It's okay, my Widow.
I'm
I
not
warmed up.
alone. But I suppose you will.
Let me lower the sends by a little bit, chat. 9.75.
What's up, Ellie?
We'll make it out alive.
Oh yeah, how was your thingy you were doing earlier? I was lurking when you were watching the game thingy. I remember when I used to play Overwatch already, Kristen Homework. And Homura? Ready? Did we run that? I don't remember.
Who said that? Wait, what?
My YouTube chat. I don't remember that.
Said what?
Are you sure that was Overwatch we played?
Overwatch?
Me, you, Reddy, and
With
Krista
Reddy?
played. I don't think that was with Reddy.
Ready?
Reddy doesn't play this game, does she?
Ready had a shit PC for a while.
Yeah, she had a shit top, but she probably still is on that. Like, I don't know. I don't know what she's on anymore.
She slept me?
I just got my face smacked in. What does she play now? I think she plays... I don't fucking know. I haven't talked to her in ages. I don't know what the hell she's playing. Roy plays like... I think she just does IRL shit now. I don't think she plays games like that anymore. She's doing her bakery stuff. And Krista, I mean, well, Krista's just 24/7 fucking deadlock. Or probably World of Warcraft or I don't know. I just want to talk to Krista. She was on oh, last night we played customs with her. Yo, where's my team at? It was good. So many cool games coming out. That's what's up. I saw you're looking at I think it was on a My Little Pony game. It was a horse game, and then I saw a My Little Pony game. And then after that, I had to go stream. Oh, I said My Little Pony. Yeah, it was Barbie. Whoops. Or was it both? I don't fucking remember.
You're getting pocketed, Rose is so lame.
I should've just shot her.
Desperate times. Desperate measures.
Oh my!
Someone has to do it.
You gonna destroy that fucking shield? You died over there.
What else do they have that kind of design?
Can't see this girl from here. Whoa. What a funky contraption. That reaches from over here?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. I have 1 HP. Okay, I'm dead. Have you seen the Overwatch age yet? I might be back on. That character is busted. That character is never making it through my games. That character is never going to be in my matches. I played her earlier. I didn't die once. That character is brain dead. Give me most hype for from State of Play. Tokon or... That God of War game was sick. Tokon or God of War game. But I can't do God of War until like I play all the other ones, but I'm not gonna do my God of War marathon until I move. Son. Okay, I'm gonna attempt the ult, but I have a feeling I'm gonna get shot down in 2 seconds.
It's so annoying.
Oh my god, it's fucking Mercy. Wait, that character's not banned? Yo, we lost. Yo, we lost. What? Okay, this is our first loss. We fucking lost. What the fuck? That character's not banned. What? That's the equivalent of Phoenix not being banned in Rivals, bro. We fucking lost.
No, I won't let us.
Bro, we fucking lost. Why is she not banned? Son, what? This guy's getting giga pocketed too.
Dude, hold on.
Yeah, she just, yeah, okay. Like, look what she does to me. She just right clicks me and then she has tracking. Yeah, that's brain dead. You gotta play from the hotspot again. What the fuck?
We're outnumbered. Stay frosty.
What? That wait, what?
Shit.
30 minutes. Whoa! Our Ana has a 1,000 healing.
Why? How? What is she? Is she doing damage on him?
Shit.
Oh, yeah, we lost. It's our first loss.
I actually just lost her.
Like, we fucking lost. Like, what?
Can Zen touch?
Fuck no, you can't touch. Okay, he actually did touch, but he insta-died though.
Okay.
That guy's dead. Son, that character is not okay, yo. What is that? Look at this.
Heal me! How are you missing?
Oh my god, bro. This character is not okay, bro. Why is she doing that much damage? Where's the damage fall off? Yeah, that's a Marvel Rivals ass character, bro. Like, why the fuck is she in this game? She's in the wrong game with a kit like that. What? Their kit is not balanced. What is that? It's like they saw what Marvel Rivals at and they was like, oh shit, bet. Alright, people like fun broken shit. Clearly.
This ends now.
Oh my goodness. Can someone please kill the heal kitten?
Oh god, I tried to distract.
Oh my god, I just keep getting headshot by the CR girl, bro. She's
I mean,
shreds
we're
me.
not getting heals either, so we have both of them combined have less than one.
Yeah, I don't know. She has like Star-Lord primary fire, but she can use it from like really far away. No damage fall off. Alright, bro.
Look alive.
I'm dead. She did it again, yo. Dude, I can't even ult. I can't even play the game, bro. Like, what?
Oh, that wasn't exactly textbook.
Who made this character, bro?
Oh my god.
Grenade on route.
So you tell me if she flanks you and then she just hits a right click, you're just dead.
You gotta pray you find a wall, bro.
Yeah, you're just dead. You're guaranteed dead. Like, imagine that shit in Rivals, bro. That shit would be so brain dead. You're just basically dead. If like she comes up behind you on and you're like a supporter or something, and like you're just dead. There's nothing you can do about it. Oh my goodness. Bro, that shit is dumb.
I know.
I'm dead.
Oh! I got sprayed through Zen ult. That's something.
That was 4 of us dead. Holy shit.
We've only got on ult.
Bro, it's just 2k E-lane. Theirs has 10k and 11k. I just fucking naded myself. This shit is cooked, yo. As you stream like TikTok, better for the algorithm. Wait, we actually probably won. What the fuck?
Who's on it? Oh!
She was trying to res.
She handled me. It was very nice. But.
Oh god.
Holy shit.
Okay, it's winnable.
They banned my on-run!
Man, you're me with these ults? No strange portal? Why ain't they strange portal?
Yeah, Kiriko can cleanse the tracking thing. Bah! Nah, I'm dead ass from Numbani, bro. Like, we banned Cassidy, but I don't even get to play Onron into it because they have quite the characters, really.
I'll put it all on the line.
Push your limits. Nothing breaks that I cannot mend.
I bet. What did I say? I said it's better for the algorithm. That's the only reason. If you want to watch in horizontal, just come to Twitch.
Wait, Con, click tab. Look at the first 2 digits of your damage.
I can't read.
More to do.
Oh, it says 6-7. Like the hit meme. You know about that meme 6'7"?
Nah, I can't read.
Oh, okay. 6'7", get it? 6'7".
I can't read. I'm sorry, man.
Why you sound like you're trying not to laugh, bro?
I can't read.
What's wrong with you, bro? Kill the Team Morale with. Okay, fuck you then.
They won't see us coming.
Fuck, Team Morale was gone when I clicked
Team
tab.
Morale, we're fucking losing this match. No, I'm joking. Thought you won.
Oh,
Yeah.
she missed her. Wait
Oh
a
my
minute.
god. That was low.
Our tank is. Oh my. Oh, yay.
Bro, she's lasering me, and it's a headshot every time. Damn.
Yeah, she's really good. I think she's cheating or something.
Nah, I don't think she's cheating. It's just like that character is busted. Well, how fucking strong that character is, you'd have thought she was cheating. I'll tell you that.
I'm bastioning for this Malga, bro, but.
No, she got saved.
Why don't we have a Kiriko? Why don't we have a Moira?
Oh, she's 1 HP up there. Oh, there's a ball thingy here? I didn't even see it.
Not so fast.
Stay put. Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm getting auto track. Okay, they're down a healer. We're down a healer too. I had to use a healer ult.
Makes sense in the wrong way.
I hope they nano you this time, because I don't think I'm gonna do anything with nano in this.
Oh, look at her nano shit. Oh my god, she died. Oh my goodness,
Wow, so talented, so talented.
Group up with me.
More
The game is fun. They told they banned my character and they went character like can't counterpick. I can maybe play Genji, but it doesn't matter.
They got trackers in this game?
This ends now. Nano boost administered.
Who's she nano?
Or Diva.
Oh.
Oh, I'm getting auto cracked. Oh, I'm dead.
Oh my fucking god, this girl, she's always having high ground too. Just always in the air, can't even get her on the ground.
Always good to stay
This dude has 40 kills. That character is like, I don't know, bro.
They're down to support, so surely we win this, but our Diva's just walking in with no support.
I want to all, but like, I can't even.
I think now would be the time.
Just fucking do it, I guess. Got her.
Wait, sale point. What the fuck? Sit the fuck down.
Okay, I got shredded.
What is Malga doing?
I'm bugging now.
You know, usual.
Ow, that hurt. There, got him. Fuck.
Oh, my bad. I know your TikTok gets bleeped like 30 times because of me.
Combat protocols activated.
Man, I need to turn the feature off.
Thank you.
My ultimate is ready to be unleashed.
Oh my god, so talented. So talented. So good. So good. I'm good at the game. I want to be just like
What? I don't know what I died
You got
to.
hit by the anti, I mean.
I vault again.
I'll adapt. I always do.
Enemy in sight.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Activating self-destruct sequence.
Payload is advancing.
I'm dead. Oh, you're so talented, man. Fuck, why are you so good at the game?
Oh my god.
This ends now.
Oh, that's not good.
Wait, that's
Oh, she
great.
got fucking ulted. I'm ulted. That's it.
That 3.
That guy can die, I think. Or not. He's just getting giga pocketed, I guess.
I didn't mean to copy
Oh no!
Desperate times.
you! You know what? Fuck it.
That goes trolling.
Fuck it. Let me get some healing stats. I might beat her Ana. I'm
That's
catching up.
crazy. Oh my god, she would have died there. That's so stupid. Yeah, she would have died there. That's crazy. She got saved.
Back to Reaper.
Always good to stay humble.
Look at D.Va all. Bro, if I copy D.Va there, I actually think we win the game. I kill them all.
No time.
Look alive.
Enemy in sight. Surrender my will.
Activating self-destruct sequence.
That's good stuff.
Save me, Moira. Thank you.
That part of the map is really good for him. Holy shit. Oh, that guy died.
Punctuate. No. Wake up! It's not your bedtime, Reaper. Me!
Eyes on the sky.
What did you
I
get?
have to reload.
Oh my god, he just fucking sat
Quadruple.
on me.
Hold on, let me pick this.
You guys gotta kill that guy.
No worries.
Oh my god, we fucking won.
Easy. not really, but easy.
We should not have won that. What the fuck? Nah, how much she dropped? 48 and she still lost? Oh my.
Easy. Not even close.
48 and still losing is ridiculous.
Maximum firepower.
Worst Ana ever. Let's avoid that, teammate. Don't want to play with that.
Railgun charged.
Chepito YT. Nobody's watching
7k
those
healing
videos
is
from you, my boy.
insane. Only
Chepito.
7k is ridiculous.
No, nobody will be clicking on your channel after that performance.
Only 7k.
Let's go ahead and me. Let's go ahead and not get you on my team again.
W.
I ranked top. Oh my god. Yes.
Ooh. Wait, I didn't place yet? Is that not 10? Did they do one more after 10?
No, you should have placed at 10.
Test predicted placement, plat 5. Oh.
Show match history. Okay. We were supposed to play till we lose, but like.
Yeah, we placed now though, so I can get off now, right?
Now we play till we lose. Remember? That's the agreement. We came
Jesus
with.
Christ. Jesus Christ, bro. Ugh. Blah.
Nah, we can get off.
All right.
W Goons. No losses.
What?
What happened?
W.
Or I'll install my rivals. Kingsman is coming back. The real one. He's on the way. Why he ignore me? Me, I'm the Kingsman. Me.
Holy Smurfs. What you mean Smurfs? How we Smurf? I don't play this game. How am I a Smurf? It's not Smurfing. I even got 100 hours on the game.
Dead ass, me too. We just unlocked rank. That's how we did so good.
Mm-hmm.
We were quick play demons.
I see.
Over to the rebirth, not a Smurf. Dead ass, I rebirth.
It's still a hero shooter, so you're smurfing. So like, if I play a fighting game, right, and I play a different fighting game, I'm smurfing.
Nah, but when NRH Cam was in the tournament for Tekken, y'all used that against him.
He actually was smurfing. He literally purposely deranked himself just to be put in the tournament, though.
No, he didn't. He was just one rank away from ranking up, and he didn't.
This guy.
So he signed up.
He definitely was blue rank before, but whatever, I suppose.
No, he didn't rank up, and then someone else was actually smurfing. What's up, Cam? But someone else was actually smurfing, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, rivals time for me. GG's.
Good. GG's, dude.
Time for my addiction. Shaders. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you need to get shot. One of the mods needs to shoot you ASAP. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Yo, chat, Summer Games Fest tomorrow. Lock in, 5 p.m. EST. Lock in. Lock in, chat. Summer Games Fest is tomorrow. Tomorrow at 5 p.m. EST. Lock the fuck in. I'll stream a horizontal on YouTube tomorrow, so that you can watch on YouTube if you want. I was supposed to do that for the last day I played, but I forgot. New Nier game, trust? New Nier game. It's tomorrow? I thought it was Saturday. No. Xbox is... When is Xbox's? No, Xbox is Sunday. No one's on Saturday. I mean, shit, Nintendo could be on Saturday. We don't know. We don't know. We have no clue. Nintendo could be on that day, but we have no clue. Nintendo has not announced anything yet, but I'm assuming they're gonna wait for everybody to finish and they're gonna announce all this shit. If I had to guess. The room is so cold. I'm feeling Nintendo on Monday. Nintendo about to have the dry ass Direct again. It's June though. They kind of have to go hard though, no? Like shareholders and shit need to see some games. Like it's not even just us. They gotta show. They have to show shit. Like they have like what's his name? Yearly goals and shit. You know, like they have to fucking put some shit in. If GTA 6 isn't a 10 out of 10, it's ass. Alright, let me change the game on TikTok to Rivals. Changed again to Marvel Rivals. We are so back. We are so back. We are so back. What was this? Here we go. Don't be back here. Turn the car around. No, nigga, what do you mean? Enjoy your stay. Alright, what is this? Whoa. Looking skin. Oh, I don't want the Manta skin. Turn the glasses on and off. I said turn them on and off. Put them on and off. Yeah, I guess. That Mantis arc coming? I guess. Should I buy the bundle? I really don't need this skin though, yeah. I really don't need it. I need the Iron Man skin though. Damn, 31 to 25 though. That's actually pretty worth it. 31 to 25. Our skin looks dope. 5 people that play him in rank. For the 5 people that play him in ranked is crazy. It's limited. How you know it's limited? Manta skin? Oh no, I get it. I mean, I don't have any Manta skins anyway, so I guess. This Iron Samurai thing is hard. I was doing 1,000 cuts. You know, it's kind of lame though. The emote's kind of lame though. Were they alright? I like this one. Yes, you. Does the Iron Mask have like a... Is it legendary, right? Does it have a background? Let me see. Ooh, it does. Pretty cool. It's not better than the Black Cat one, of course. That Black Cat skin is too good. That Black Cat skin is too good. What's this message? Alchemax headquarters can't... What the fuck? The what? Whew. I don't think I should play ranked. Play quick play and I'll do ranked. Quick play. Then I'll rank it up. Should I get Blade of Samurai skin? We all said it. We all said the same thing. But I guess they had other plans. Yo, also, I need y'all to run up this tweet. Senna's doing a Marvel Rivals tournament for 150K.
Pick your hero.
I need y'all to run that tweet up.
I'm not judging.
I need y'all to run that tweet up. Retweet it. She's doing a Rivals tournament for 150K. I mean, I need to be in that. I'm gonna need to be in that. Bro, no one knows how to get picked because, like, I mean, like, obviously Sin doesn't play Rivals, so like, I don't. Like, no one knows how they're picking the people. What's up, Jay? Jay's cool. How you doing? How you doing?
If you were as smart as me, you'd be arrogant too.
You're as smart as me, you'd be arrogant too. These are the sound effects.
Rita's glad to have another genius around to help him solve this, Tony.
Same. He takes my brilliant ideas and makes them ever so slightly better.
I'll be sure to tell
Damn, the sword swing noises.
There's no way I can do
It's
this
what's
without it.
clashing. When you reload, it's like a sword sharpening. This could have been fucking Blade. This should have been Blade. Like, wait, what?
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
What happens when you use the E? That girl's dead. Okay, well, our invis was late, I guess. Boneless ribs. SSJ5 Chungus. Okay. If I caught you late, what's up, Jason? How you doing? They give up already? Can I try out the damn skin, please? Like, I know y'all gave up. Yo, that Squirrel team with Iron Man, I tested the damage of that tracking acorn thingy. That shit shreds. I didn't think it did a lot of damage, but I tried it and that thing actually hurts. Is live streaming? I don't know. Is she? Well, for Cuphead? I don't know. Stream's late because she gets home from work late. There's an Iron Man Squirrel team up. Damn, people don't even know it exists. I'm crying. Is that a fucking Phoenix? Okay. Okay. Unlucky. Unlucky. Maximum? Bro, I need the Mantis skin. Why are you spamming me with that? What the fuck I'm supposed to do about it? Oh, he's over there. And he got clapped. Oh, they got clapped. Zam. What is the Rivals Community 20? For chat? I could do one. I could do one this summer.
If you were as smart as me, you'd be arrogant too.
I could do one this summer, probably. I mean, obviously I'd have to pick the teams. Randomize them. Try to balance them. I'm gonna just put like a Google form. Hey, we could do one.
So you really into plans, huh? I've got a bit of a green thumb myself.
Which team should I do? Like 5? 5 or 6?
It's not the only part of me that's turned green. I really should see a doctor.
They're like 5 or 6.
I should really be going now. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
6 and 7.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Combat capabilities enhanced.
Prisoner of the Collector. One day, I will get even.
I think it'll spread. Oh my god, mistakenly. My finger. Oh, I gotta cut my nails. Oh my. My nail's so long it hit the Q button. My ring finger. Oh no, I gotta cut my nails. I was holding A. I pressed down on A, but my nail hit the Q button. I gotta cut my nails. Holy shit. This guy's pretty cool. Oh, that was that guy right there. okay, I guess. Are those my nails show from here? They're pretty fucking long. I don't know if you can see them from here. I'd have to like go full cam. My nails are pretty fucking long. I gotta cut them. Like after I finish stream, I'm cutting them. I should probably cut these before I go to ranked. But surely I don't mistakenly fat finger my ult, right? This is a DPS Luna. The fuck is shooting me?
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
How many healers you guys have? Oh, you guys have 3. Alright, bro. You guys a dickhead for that. Ooh, direct hit. No aim, no aim. You ain't got no aim. DPS Luna, yeah. And I have a Hella on me. Okay. I have a DPS Luna shooting me, and there's a Hella shooting me. Like, okay, buddy. Alrighty, buddy. How much hit scan they got? 1, 2, 3, 4. They have 4 hit scan characters. Holy shit. I can't even try out the new Iron Man skin. They have 4 hit scan characters. My goodness.
That put a spring in my step.
I mean, I guess. It's like, I don't know. We solo tank? Oh, we have 2 tanks. I don't think they like you. Not at all. 4 hit scan is egregious. I literally can't look at chat because I'm getting shot at like by like so many different people. And they're triple healer. Like what? Yeah, you're a loser. Oh my god. You're an actual loser. He won't let me use Iron Man. I'm getting counter picked in fucking quick play. You like touching losers? The Invis took 10 years to use ult, by the way, as well. I just didn't call it out. Boneless ribs. W skin.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Cool. Yeah, let me at least cut my nail on my ring finger. If I don't mistakenly press Q. Cutting the rest of my nails later. It was weird that I'm cutting only 1 nail, but whatever. It's like I'm filing it. Bully those silver quick play players, my goat. That's crazy. Hey, I'm level 17 with Iron Man. I'm close to Lord. Actually, really close to Lord with this character. What a Q ranked. How much damage? Not bad. Okay, let's go. Ban me from your Twitch chat? How'd you get banned? What's your username? God, this queue is ungodly long. Okay, there we go. About to say, like, yo, like, can we play the game, please? That is 80%. Oh my god. Nobody's playing on their mains. Oh god.
Darkness that spawned me.
Because why is gold 70%? Like, you don't see the problem with that? Like, what is it?
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
That is insane. Eating Raising Cane's the first time. It's so mid without the sauce. It is. It's carried by the sauce. I mean, I like the chicken, but like, it doesn't have like flavor like that. I mean, it's good chicken. It's just that it's not good enough to where you can just eat it without sauce. That's why I kind of like Chick-fil-A nuggets or tenders. Like, you can still eat them without sauce, at least to me. Obviously, I would still use sauce, but like, you can still eat these without sauce. But Cane's, it's not. It's just flour and chicken at that point. Just flour and chicken. I don't know, man.
Top-notch team to win this
The
one.
grilled nuggets are fire. Oh, grilled nuggets are, yeah, the grilled nuggets are nice. Low calories too. Really good if you're working out. You get like a what, 12-piece nuggets, grilled nuggets, and then like has a lot of protein in it. I forgot how much protein it is. I used to get it a lot, but I've barely been going to Chick-fil-A. 12 count grilled nuggets, Chick-fil-A. Yeah, it's 200 calories. If you get 12 count grilled nuggets, it's 200 calories, which is really low, and it's 38 grams of protein. That's fucking crazy. But I mean, that's expected. It's only grilled. It's not fried.
Round one.
Really good protein.
All I've known is the hunt.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Like today, I went grocery shopping. I got Popeyes, but I didn't buy like anything fried. I got their blackened chicken tenders. These things are really fucking good.
Almost.
Should they break or bend in battle, come to me.
These things are 43 grams of protein, 280 calories for 5 piece blackened tenders. Really fucking good. I usually get it when I don't feel like making tenders. I mean well, I guess, yeah, you can make blackened tenders or you can make blackened wings. I used to make the blackened tenders though sometimes, but it's like a lot of shit, a lot of ingredients. Is that a widow? Okay. Black Widow has one, like, no HP. Son. Okay, well, 3 HP, I guess. Like, I don't know. Like, if Blade just did, like, even a bit more damage, like, alright. Micro buff's not enough. Like, alright, bro. Can't believe I actually lose to that dude. Like, alright. It's so silly. Okay, that guy almost one-shot me. Their team is literally just poke. Oh my god. If I go Daredevil, I'm going on a rampage. And they have one healer because they're using Ultron 222. If I go Daredevil, this would actually be a stomp. The pings.
The moon wants you.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm ready to put on a show.
She can die.
You're halfway there.
Okay. Why the fuck do you have 2 dashes, bro? You die? What are these guys doing? Do you need something, Blade? This guy's pissed. Fold.
1,000 gods!
I should have dashed in. Cause literally all of them were dead. Oh, we got the checkpoint. It was worth it. Never mind. It was worth it. It was worth it. I don't regret dashing it. Never mind. That little bit of stall. Oh my fucking god. CC Rivals. That little bit of stalling I did worked out. We got the checkpoint from it. Hey, you never know, bro. You never know. It was a stupid play to dash in, but like low key, I bought enough time for us to get the checkpoint, and none of them touched. It's like, I had a heal?
Hope I make the cut. Born again. I was born ready. I'm cutting in. Judge, jury,
Eggs? What do you think she is? What do you think she's pulling? Perfect block those. I always got them parry timers down for Black Widows. Come on now. Always got the perfect time down for Black Widows. Come on now. Oh, wait, one hands. Wait, what? Excuse me? Okay. W Ultron. Traded me out.
Shields up.
I have suffered severe
A little help, please. So close. This is your big chance. Plasma.
Wait.
Thanks for the shield.
Can I get a, like, okay. I was gonna say, can I get a heal? But, okay, I mean, I guess.
I'm back. Hell yeah.
Ultron virus reinforcement.
I walk up, I vault. Oh my fucking goodness.
Overkill is great. As good as new. 1,000 gods!
We get to the castle.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Nice. All I have is poke. These guys are so lame. It's a million poke characters from every direction. Alright, fuck it. I'll do it. I don't want us losing us. Shit is lame. There's just a gajillion poke characters.
Get that beetle moving again.
The beast has ebbed.
How the hell am I even gonna get over there? Look at the... Okay.
Oh, you can walk up, hello?
Willing to help? An extra force
It's
field.
unreal, bro. Like,
I
damn.
demand a retrial. Converge here. Gratitude expressed.
Only 60 seconds left.
Wait. The power of the beast has ebbed.
Moon Knight just went off angles. Oh my fucking god, this fucking character busted ass kick. That shit is so annoying. It just throws all your momentum off. Like, why does he still have that kick? I don't get it. Just rework her already.
I got you covered.
Sheesh.
I always get back up.
I say this every time. They, like, her kit is so bad that they gave her one ability that's really strong.
The current score is 3.
Like, just rework her already, bro. Shift the damage off that, or the power off that kick, and just buff her other shit. Use a rework. Or give her another ability. Like, I don't...
The right heroes could make
Like, her gun is ass, her batons are ass. So then they just made her... Oh, she's gonna have a really broken kick, though. Even if you parry, like, the kick part, it still procs the tether part. So it's like... What? I don't know.
Round 2.
Sometimes it helps.
Oh, I saw what you just sent me on, bro. What the fuck?
Things differently.
Crazy. Well, crazier. And, you know, you're not crazy. That would just be ridiculous, you know?
He'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Behold the mighty Ditsang, savior to all those who seek refuge. I am at your service.
I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not. Asgardian hearts sound so different.
At least you can confirm I have one.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
And maybe blackest
3,
night.
2,
It's there.
1.
I can hear it.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I used to love this park. But
My bad.
vampire curse
Okay.
can change things.
Like, I don't know. I don't know why they made her like that. Like, I pray they rework her soon. It's so weird that she's like that. Okay, I didn't get healed because there's a Daredevil in my back line. I have one tank. Oh, okay. Might just go Star-Lord here then. Because if I just kill Ultron, they just fucking... They get destroyed.
We're TPing.
Oh, we're TPing? I can't kill anything. Like, okay. I have to kill that Ultron. That Ultron has to die. Nothing's gonna die until Ultron's dead.
Judge, jury, executioner! The moon haunts you!
Fuck did Moon Knight go? Oh, we're losing this? He said, oh my desperate. You're playing Ultron. What? Wasn't desperate. He's Ultron. Why would I not kill him? It's a free kill for Star-Lord.
Get off more. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
They have 5 minutes. Okay, yeah, we might actually lose this.
Wait. I know they're bad, but we
better stop that vehicle.
Can we just go dive and dive these guys? Like, this is an easy one. If we just run dive. Like, no one plays dive on this team except me, I guess?
Like the heals aren't enough. I can't watch it.
Wow! Almost one clip there, so she ulted. Oh my god! I just one clip that guy. Holy shit! I just one clip that guy's dome, bro. Nerves needed. That's that. Getting increasingly desperate, aren't you? This guy's pissed. You said increasingly desperate. Bro, get the fuck off Ultron, bro. I'm not letting you play that fucking character. I'm not letting this fucker play Ultron.
Judge, jury, executioner!
God, there's a hella no.
For long.
Don't give them another inch.
So we're gonna stay Ultron.
Yeah, why are we still on Ultron, bro? Can we like get like a cloak or something? But we need to take space. Alright, I guess.
Now we
The current score
okay,
is
nice.
3-2.
That 3 minutes. Like I don't know how we just troll this.
Time to switch things up, including
Because I have
which
you people on my
side you're
team.
on.
What?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Someone's got to guard the
He
galaxy.
says you people. You have 20 kills. He has the least amount of kills out of everybody on the team. Other than our Ultron. I mean, our Invis. No other tank and all you want to be. We had 2 tanks earlier. What? Did we not have 2 tanks earlier? What do you. What? Okay, well, I have to play Star because I have to kill this Ultron. Which is why he's so tilted at me.
Round 3,
Got something that needs to be blasted? You called the right guy.
Like, I don't know. We did. I could have sworn we did because I looked. They had 1 tank and we had 2. Yeah, we had a tank pool earlier. Who was the tank pool?
Before you attack, get ready.
Because I remember I looked at their comp. They only had 1.
And yet you cannot see
Huh, whatever.
dancing. Curious.
Yeah, you know, it keeps me from freaking out. Oh, we all have our thing. What's yours?
I rip the souls from my foes. And
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Guess that works too.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
You know,
Got it?
Just try a nice jazz square sometime. Oh, they do. Ha! Much better. Oh, thought you had me.
Okay.
I suck. A little help, please.
I might just actually lose a will. Okay.
Down to 30 seconds.
I think we lost. Never mind. I'm gonna derank off this match. I don't even know if this is my demo game.
Did you see that?
Final 10 seconds. I suck.
Yeah, I'm not going in there. Not like that. I'm not.
You'll have to keep
We have a
fighting
Daredevil
until we
already.
have a winner.
Did you see that? Enemy in front of us.
Okay, she's 1 HP, but alright.
Double KO.
Okay, she died. Nice.
No stopping the
Hey, Miss Emma. I have to kill this Ultron. We don't have anyone else to kill her. Oh, we have Ella now. Probably could have played Emma then.
Hell would never see another soul cross its Is that
compromise. Oh, sweet moves, right?
This fucking hella, bro. Where did this guy come from? What? Oh, that's why I didn't see him. That guy came out of absolutely nowhere. There's no way I could have saw him. He was behind me.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
I didn't think there was anyone behind me, but it was in the air.
Judge,
I didn't go or die. Okay.
The current score is 4, 2, 3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
Gotta guard the galaxy. Might as well be me.
This match is fried. Isn't Widow a super soldier in the comics? Do something.
Round 4.
Right from one cosmic disaster.
Live in like 4 hours.
Story of my life.
Tank.
Someone's gotta guard the galaxy. Might as well be.
Nah. I
I
proudly
think it might be a
wear the
little too late to do this though.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Time.
Stay strong.
Why are we fog shit when they could poke the fuck out of you? Can we please use our fucking brain?
Men have said as much.
I don't know.
Prove them wrong consistently.
They have a Punisher. Good luck with the Fox.
They have a Punisher. They have a Punisher. They destroy your ult.
Yeah, you're gonna get shredded by the Punisher.
You were all trying it through the whole defensive round for us, and you're telling me to get a fucking brain. Use your fucking small little head of yours, and realize that you're using a throw pick right now.
I hate to say it, but he's not wrong.
Go fuck.
You're fighting a hella Punisher as well. Okay, yeah, GG. That's like, I don't know.
Something about time.
Hella Punisher as Fox. Oh shit. Go. Oh, that's not good. Oh, he didn't even use his ult. Why do we not use the White Fox ult? Did he get it when he died? I don't know.
All they did was make me angrier.
Son, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know, man. Like, that's so silly, bro. And he's still on White Fox. I guess trolling.
Judge, jury.
Be a miracle if we win this match. It's so winnable too. That's the worst part about it.
This is no good.
Oh my god, they're fighting Daredevil so they can get in my ult. Oh my goodness. How bad of something is that?
Good job, Fox. Oh, nothing for either of that either.
Only 60 seconds left.
I know, good job, idiots.
Oh my god, we actually lose this. That's crazy.
4, 2, 5.
I don't know. That guy is kind of troll. The guy talking shit is low key, right? Like I don't know why you go Fox there. And he was on Ultron for like how long? Like I don't get it. Oh my fucking goodness. Voidless, yes. I don't know. That's why I don't want to switch off Star-Lord. Because I need to kill the Ultron. We don't have no one killing the Ultron. The Ultron's getting so much value. Their Ultron. If their Ultron dies, they lose. They're doing Ultron 2-2-2. If we just kill Ultron, they just crumble. And they're solo tank. Like what? But oh well. I don't know how this dude only has 13 kills on Invis. She just get more kills than that, but she didn't do that bad though. But she should have got more kills for sure. Wait. Oh, whatever. Hold on. Wait. Okay. Playing Rivals feels like what does it say? Playing Rivals feels like worms eating your eyes out. Like, I don't know, that guy that was just so troll. Like, I don't know. He shouldn't have done that. Like, I don't know why he just stayed on White Fox. It's a crazy analogy. I don't know why he sat on White Fox. Like, that's so stupid. Like, it's very hard-headed. This guy has a whole sword, and you telling me this isn't Blade? Okay. Okay. They know people are gonna get pissed too doing this, making this Iron Man not Blade, and they still did it. That is ridiculous, but whatever, I suppose. You predictions for Summer Games Fest? No, I'm probably just gonna use the same one I did with hold on. Probably just gonna use the same PlayStation one I used, but the ones that are on here will probably be there tomorrow. No, let's see what happened here. This already happened. This won't be there. Persona 6, I'd assume this would be on Xbox Showcase. These could be there. Wolverine won't be there tomorrow. Gotcha Slap will probably be there. FF could probably be there. Everything else on here could probably be there tomorrow. I think Sega's confirmed to be there tomorrow. I think that's all I would have to really take off. I think I can take this off because Capcom seemingly was at... Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, Capcom was at the PlayStation thing, but they had Onimusha in that other game. I think the rest of this can stay. So I'm probably just gonna use this for tomorrow. Take KH off, son. Son. Have faith. Lock in.
Which hero do
Lock
you think
in?
you want to be today?
Okay, I actually have to lock in. This is a demo game.
My Odachi is sharp.
I'll play Starlock.
My mind is sharper.
Demo game because I played with a White Fox that's trying to force White Fox into poke.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Like, if we're not getting Dove and we're not running Dive, why would you need to write, or why would you need to play White Fox? I can't think of a single reason why you need to play White Fox. We're not getting Dove and we're not diving. So it's like, I don't know. I guess because of the Daredevil she did it, but like that's he was solo diving.
Black Cat or DD?
And it wasn't even like getting that much value, so I don't think it was worth it. Yeah, I think Street Fighter is confirmed for tomorrow. I think we're gonna 100% see Street Fighter tomorrow because what did I say? Last year season 3 was announced at Summer Games Fest. So
Or should we
surely it would be announced tomorrow, because if it's not announced tomorrow, then like I don't know, the Capcom's troll, I guess. Capcom's just troll. Yo, ban that Gambit. No. Slow that down. Slow that down. I'm not banning the more over Gambit. Slow that down. Yo, chat, do I play Cuphead with controller, or is that a thingy game?
Support if needed.
Is it a keyboard game? Is that a keyboard game or controller? I think I'm probably gonna do controller. Because if I need to go diagonal. I mean, I guess you can do A and D, but like I feel like it'd be smoother if I went diagonal with controller. You know? Yeah, controller, because especially like some of the flying stages, I think. What game? Cuphead. I use controller. It has remote play, so I think hers should work as well. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know.
30
Use
seconds
both.
before you attack. Get ready.
We escape the collector together.
Bet.
We shall face this new threat Side by side.
She says she's setting up her stream. So we'll play after this match, probably.
If only all yokai were so
When adding Makoto? Makoto. Oh. Son. Bro.
Starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I wish, but they are trolling.
Capture the mission area. Got it?
Clear a path.
So Gustavo.
Unless you wish me to clear your mind permanently. A shield. Many thanks.
Any again? Why did our Jeff die instantly? Okay.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Capture the mission area.
Alrighty. My team is wow. They're hella dead. Because we moving different. They do moving different. Bro just knew I was there. Damn. He just had a feeling. Okay, a spidey sense. I'ma just turn to the left for no reason. For no reason, I'ma just turn to the left. Okay, that's pretty cool, I suppose. Bro just had a feeling. Bro just had a feeling. Mind you, twice. I mean, the second part makes sense. I'm coming from spawn room. That makes sense. The first one is just like, I mean, okay, I'm lucky. I think it was just a coincidence.
Well done.
He just soloed a penny. Fuck it, I like it. I'm not mad about that. Red's old dummy fast anyway. Oh, this guy hates me. Wow. That Spider-Man does not like me at all.
Whoever they are, time for some fireworks.
That guy does not like me.
Control lost.
That's rocket ult. Counting down. She just solo. That girl's a troll. Yeah, this match is. Did he use cloak out yet?
Did not. The amazing Spider-Man.
21.
I can ult after this. Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. Oh, fucking mines are there. I couldn't see it, obviously.
Out of sight.
Damn, my man taking his sweet time. God damn. That was the slowest portal I've ever seen, I'm not gonna lie. That might have been the slowest portal I've ever seen. It was bad portal too, he just exposed us. He didn't even use it as like a wall. Nah, it was a bad portal anyway. Like the way he put it was like exposing us, like I don't know.
These can become friends. My Odachi is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Punisher, I need to kill this Penny.
That's how I like it.
Our Penny has died 5 times. God damn.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I have 1 less death, but I have 2 kills at least.
An Ava unit? A baby Gundam? Can I take it for a spin? Please?
It's a psychic-powered battlesuit that also happens to be my partner.
You want to know
No
more?
rides allowed.
Wait, I have a partner too. What if we trade and
What do
I
we
let you
do?
ride piggyback on Wolverine?
I want to know more?
In 5,
I'm gonna kill this Penny though.
3, 2, 1. Really entertaining. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
I hate doing that one. I need to do it right there instead.
I've seen a lot of stuff I never signed up for in special
Bad angle.
forces. Heads up. I need medical support.
Okay.
Those spiders look way.
This is real fire!
Burn it, burn it, burn it. Oh my lordy. This Spider-Man just pulled me out of the hole. Wow. Man, his aim is crazy. He just knows, bro, where I'm at. Is he stream sniping? Bro, I don't fucking know. I don't think he's stream sniping. He just got a lucky pull out of the thing. I don't think he's stream sniping.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
He got a lucky pull happens. Okay. What time on the sticks? This is a quick loss. Oh. I'm off this game after this. Goddamn.
Not today.
He's hyper. Yeah, he's just hyper fixed on me. Yeah, he's not stream sniping or nothing. I mean, it's a smart pick. I have no mobility. I can't really fight him.
Battlefield ready again.
Character is so damn strong. He just solo dive like that. What? Where'd he go? Okay. Can we portal?
Back for another tour.
Okay, we're not portaling. Okay.
Out of sight.
I was gonna grab me.
Judge, jury,
Yep, I'm coming.
executioner. Hope I make the time. I'm good to go.
Game is over.
Us against the world. Hell unleashed.
Okay, that was a quick loss. All right, Cuphead time. That was a quick loss. That was a complete waste of time. Roller. Give me his Tekken time. Oh, my controller's already plugged in. That was a complete waste of time. Very, very unfun match. I will say that. That was a very, very unfun match. Very unfun. Play on mobile device? You can play Cuphead on mobile? That's pretty cool. I know you could do that. Oh, it started in full screen. God damn it. Oh, that's gonna get fixed.
They like to roll the dice. By chance they came on Devil's Game.
What?
And gosh,
Button
they paid
0.
the price.
Whoa.
Paid the price.
Why are my controls inverted?
And now they're fighting for their lives.
Is this supposed to look like this?
On a mission from
Nah, we're gonna play with a lie. Hold on. My shit's
and if
fucked.
they proceed but don't succeed.
Why does it look like this? Why are my controls inverted?
Devil will take their heads.
PlayStation 5 controller connected. This is how Cuphead looks. Sure, okay. There's no borderless whack. It's not the resolution.
Fat min.
It doesn't even have my resolution. There we go. Why are my controls inverted? What's up, Kage? My fucking control up is down and down is up. It's so cursed. Wait, better off using keyboard. Restarting again. What the fuck is that? Is you mad? I tried getting hard focus. Yeah, it's all good. It happens. Let me fix this. Enable Steam input. Let's try that. That is cursed. My controls are inverted. Do for this reach boss amount of deaths? No. Oh, my shit's fixed. What the fuck? That was so weird. Color bleed. What is this? I need these channel points. Not right now. Let's not play the fucking game first. Alright.
I feel bad.
Alrighty. What's up?
I
Saw the what?
I saw that game.
That game was horrible.
It was really horrible.
It was a horrible game. The one before that was pretty bad too.
I saw it was the second match. You guys couldn't push in. Oh man,
Not at all.
that was bad. And I saw your invis die too. Oh. What were your games good?
That was the only 2 games I played today.
Damn.
I was on Overwatch. My friend wanted me to play Overwatch with him. We won every game on that though, so that was fun. Wait.
Just let me know.
Invite anyone to play. Hold on.
Oh, but Darkness, did you do anything today? Anything fun? I don't know what I want to do for my birthday. I kind of
Sent
want
you
to
up.
go. I got it. So there's this really nice Mexican spot I like to go to. Oh my god, they have the best in this. I'm gonna call it a village because
Village? What the?
it's a freaking village here. It's nothing.
Let's merge chats real quick.
Oh, we have to have a controller. Hold on.
You don't have to, I think. I don't think you have to. You play on keyboard, but I'm playing on controller.
I'm gonna play on controller. Seems fun. Let me go get one.
Bet.
Wait.
I need the channel points. Yeah. Hold on. That match was buns. Complete buns. The match before that, I had a White Fox that refused to play anything else. Even though we were not getting dove and we weren't running dive. I was playing White Fox into Hella Punisher. Well, there was a Daredevil for a little bit, but he switched.
You guys start yet? We haven't started yet, Darkness. Or this is my first playthrough.
I haven't played the game either.
Oh, you haven't played it?
Nope. I'm blind. All I heard is that it's good. My chat keeps spamming me to try it out. Wait, can you see the game?
Yeah, just give me a second.
Where's the thingy? Remote play together. There we go. Yeah, it says your controller's not plugged in.
Yeah, I'm connecting it right now.
Time to make deals with the devil? What does that mean? What the?
My device is ready to go. I have. Okay, I'm connected now.
Okay, it says you're player 2. Boom.
Damn, that's loud.
Oh, yeah, it's loud for me too.
Yeah, I'm lowering it on my end.
Why is there no borderless on this game? That's so bad. Whatever.
Well,
Let me know if this is a good shot.
I'm probably going to go out to see a movie with family. Ooh, what kind of movie? Anyone watch Obsession yet? Don't spoil it, but I kind of
keep hearing it's really, really good.
Darkness. Have you played this?
Which player do you want to be?
I'll be blue.
Want to be blue?
No, I'll be red. I'll be red.
Blue. Wait, chat, how do I let her play the... Oh, what the... Does the game just start in co-op chat, or like how does it work?
You gonna narrate?
Huh? You want to take turns reading or what? I don't know.
We're gonna do some popcorn, I guess.
All right, bet. You want to read first or what? Ladies first.
Okay, once upon a time, in a magical place called Inkwell Isle, there were two brothers named Cuphead and Mugman. They lived without a care under the watchful eye of the wise elder.
Kettle?
I cannot even hear myself.
Yeah, I gotta lower the volume. The volume is so fucking loud. It is so... I didn't even hear anything you said, but... Give me a second. I'm gonna do 60% chat.
Yeah, messages like that, just ignore them. Yeah, I don't think that guy was trolling the rage biddy, but it was definitely strange. Oh, you beat it, Dark? Okay.
I gotta invite her?
The fact that you laughed, though, was telling me, give me signs.
Wait, did I do it wrong, chat? Is she not playing? Oh, fuck. Wait. Oh, yeah, you're not here. Wait, chat, how do I let her in? Hold on, I'm gonna skip this.
Ooh, okay.
I'm gonna skip this and restart. Options. Exit to map. What the fuck? Exit to title. Brothers paying for piercings. Yeah, there's two people right there. Options, controls.
Oh, this looks so cool.
Oh, a Sonic controller. Okay. I think. Player 1, player 2.
Do I have to do
Press
something
something?
on my end?
Yeah, press something. How do I get her
Is that
in?
me? Oh, that is me. No?
Yeah, I'm player 1, but
No, I'm moving right now.
yeah, I'm trying to assign you. The player 2 is grayed out though. Oh, I can't even play. Oh, I can't even play. My controller disconnected because you're a player. Okay. Hold on, let me look this up.
I was told. Yeah, darkness.
Once you're on the world map, press any button on the second controller.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, so we were doing it right. Okay, we're gonna delete this and do that again because I missed the thing. Okay, I'll be blue, you're red. Invite here? I thought you could, but I guess I have to invite her once we get in.
Heard a little harder. Ooh.
Ah, you read this already. What did the next thing say? One day the two boys wandered from far from home, and despite the outer kettle's many warnings, ended up on the wrong side of the tracks and entered the Devil's Casino.
Inside, Cuphead and Mugman soon found themselves on a winning streak at the craps table. Hot dog, exclaimed King Dice, the casino's sleazy manager. These fellas can't lose.
Oh, this is what you guys meant. Oh, God, okay. Nice run, boys, laughed the newcomer. The brothers gasped. It was the casino owner, the devil himself. Now, how about we raise the stakes, he suggested with a toothy grin.
One more roll, and all the loot in my casino is yours. The devil boomed. But if you lose, I'll have your souls. Deal?
Cuphead, blinded by the easy riches, nodded and grabbed the dice for a throw. Good gosh, Cuphead, no, cried Mugman, for he understood the danger, but it was too late.
Snake eyes, laughed the devil while slamming the floor. You lose. The brothers trembled in fear as he loomed over them. Now about those souls.
Wait, so one of them's a mug? The brothers pleaded for their very lives. There must be another way to repay you. Mugman stammered. Okay. Yes, please, mister. Cuphead added.
Perhaps there is. The devil snickered, pulling out a parchment. I have here a list of my runway debtors. Collect their souls for me and I just might pardon you 2 mugs.
We gotta go around collecting souls? I'll get going, the devil roared, kicking the boys out most rudely. You have until midnight tomorrow to collect every one of these souls. Otherwise, I'll be the ones collecting yours.
Cuphead and Mugman were terribly frightened and ran away as fast as they could. Come on, Mug, panted Cuphead. We have to find the outer kettle. He'll know what to do.
Alrighty.
Right. Cup is super difficult, I heard, and it's rage-inducing.
Is it? I mean, we play rivals every day and fight triple healer. Can't be worse.
I'm Cuphead, huh?
Wait. I think I'm Mugman. You're Cuphead. The red one's Cuphead, right, chat? What a fine pickle you boys have gotten yourself into. I know you don't want... Actually, I can read the rest of this, since, like, you're not in yet. I know you don't want to be the pawns of the devil, but if you refuse, you can't bear to imagine your fates. You must play along for now, collect those contracts, and you best be ready for some nasty business. Your debtor friends won't be very friendly once we confront them. In fact, I expect they'll transform into terrible beasts. Take this potion so that they won't hang you out to dry, okay? They give you the most remarkable magical abilities. Now go to my writing desk and use the mystical inkwell there. You need to prepare yourself for a scrap. Alright, click and see if you can get in.
You funny bear.
Ah, there we go.
Yay!
Okay, what are these controls? Oh, tutorial.
Hold down to crouch.
Tap for a short jump. You're on PlayStation controller? What controller are you on? Xbox?
Xbox.
Bet. I'm on PlayStation. So I'm like translating controls in my head. X to shoot, RB. Oh, cool.
Hold the same place while you mean? Why's mine not doing that?
RB? You're already doing it. You can't move. Like, if you try and move forward, it won't work. All you can do is aim your hand. Does that?
How are you shooting?
X?
Oh my god.
What?
Okay. I wasn't reading it.
Oh. Parry slap. Press jump while airborne to notify and interact with pink objects. This also builds your super meter. Oh, cool. Oh. That's pretty cool. Oh, you can revive each other? Okay.
With a well-timed parry.
Alright, so jump on it.
What was the...
Press A on it. Yeah.
There we go.
That's how we revive each other. E. EX move. An upgraded attack that requires 1 super meter. Oh. So mine's are the blue on the left side of the screen. Yours are the red at the bottom right. You see those cards?
Yeah.
Bet. Alright, yeah, the coin. I already collected it. Alright. Seems pretty simple.
Might forget.
No, I got you, don't worry. Yeah, where are we going?
Ooh. Let's go.
Whoa. Locked. Key shooter. Oh, there's different power-ups? Oh, we don't have any yet. Yeah. Does the B button work for you? Like, can you back out of the menu?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool. Like, see if you can pause. Okay, nice, cool. Okay, so you have full control. That's nice. That was this guy. Hey, fellas. It looks like... Oh, he pressed the thing.
My bad.
I mean, it's up to you. It's up to you. It doesn't matter.
Well, I used to be the same way. Always get into trouble. Running, jumping, shooting. But now I prefer just strolling around and going to the pictures. But hey, let me give you a hand. Take this.
Oh, 3 gold coins. What was this?
You want to go to the
shop? Sure. What is that?
What is this?
Simple or regular? We're not cowards, regular.
A brawl is surely brewing.
We gotta fight that?
Now go.
Is that a potato? Oh shit. Lock in?
Oh shit.
Yo, jump over it. Holy shit. I got you, I got you. Oh fuck. Okay, it's actually pretty fast.
Yeah.
Oh god. Wait, what is that? Do we have to hit that?
I don't think it could.
Oh, use the super thing. I forgot about this. Oh
Crap.
fuck. Oh, I got you. Oh, you can't bounce off those. Okay, cool. Oh god. I think those heal you or give you a heal thingy.
Ooh,
Oh, you gotta press A on it.
A on what?
The pink thingy gives you a power up. Oh fuck. Yo, help. Nice, thank you. Oh, I thought it was you. I got you, I got you, I got you. Fuck! Help, help, help.
Oh shit.
Nice, we're good, we're good, we're good. Lock in, lock in, lock in. All right, first try, let's go. Wait, what?
Oh
What
god.
is that?
Wait, I forgot what that. Wait, how do you do your speed again?
Yo.
What?
No! I died to its tear. Hey, little guy, it's okay if you have to cry. What the fuck? Okay, lock in.
Can I pause? Hold on, hold on. Nope.
What?
Where is it? Where is it? X shoot, switch weapon. What was the oh wait, we got different buttons. Oh well.
Wait, what? I think
My superpower button.
it should be B. Isn't that B? Oh, it won't work. You don't have any upgrades. I mean, you don't have any cards.
Oh god. Oh.
Yeah, that's why I said you gotta hit these pink thingies. I'll let you get the next one. Yeah, press A on it. Oh.
Shit. Ah.
Oh fuck. I get the next one. Oh, you gotta like jump early. You like move back in the air. There you go.
Got it, got it.
Now you got it. You see you have a card next to your name? You have two actually. Oh fuck, I got you. Do we both get one chat if one of us hits it?
Hi, Walla.
Okay, watch out for the tears. The tears killed me.
Oh my
Watch out for the tears. Watch out for the fucking rated tears. Those pink ones. I think we collect those. Oh fuck, no we don't.
Oh no.
Fuck, fuck, fuck. Okay, you're dead. Oh my. We almost had it. This is the first boss in the game, is it? So early, a boss already? What the fuck? Oh, you get some from shooting as well, so just keep shooting. You get a card from shooting. Fuck. Oh, we both missed it. That's awkward. I kind of do want to change the key to but I'm pausing. Oh wait. Okay, wait. Okay, we need to change the bind to shoot the EX thingy. Is that what you wanted to do?
No, I was just checking my controls.
you can change your controls right here if you wanna. You gotta press player 2 though. I'm changing mine. B. Can I change the RT? Chat, does RT do anything in this game?
I was just thinking that.
What? First place is 0, all sticks and oh, okay.
Hi, Oreo. How are you? Oh my god, I didn't respond. Jesus Christ. Damn, Miss Oreo. I keep like seeing your message during work, and I keep missing it, missing responding to it. So
RB is to lock. It won't let me bind it to it. It says it's taken. Wait, it just won't do it. Chat, can you not bind something to RB? Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Okay, bind it to
I'm
RT.
mine too.
Okay. Press replace, yeah. Okay, there we go. Yeah, because having to like move my thumb from shooting to B is not it. Okay, let's go now.
Oh, that guy got money. How are you doing, Oreo? My day's
I got it.
Oh god.
Oh god.
That second one's always very fast.
Yeah. Oh fuck.
What happened? Oh.
I got you.
Bruh.
I got you.
Okay, okay.
Oh, you can't run into it either. That's crazy. I got you. Wait, chat, what do we do about the pink tears? Do we have to shoot up at it? I don't think so. Oh, fuck. Okay, last one. I think. We're both at 1 HP, though. Oh, my God. What the fuck is that? You gotta aim it.
What
the hell?
What is that?
Parry the pink? Oh my goodness.
Here's a real high-class bout.
Real high? Is this a secret boss in Link Chat? Why is this shit so hard already? Damn. Dude's beating my fucking ass.
Damn.
I got it. Doesn't matter who gets it, just that one of us gets it. Okay, it's dead. I'm going this side. So it's like not confusing. You guys said parry the pink, right? Bro, that shit hit me, chat. You guys are fucking lying. You guys lied. What the? That shit killed me.
Richard, what'd you think of that? This shit's so hard.
You just fucking
What
lied.
do you do about when he absorbs you? Or just a ray?
I think you just dodge it.
Oh, I guess you just dodge, yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god, this guy's not fucking dead yet?
So hard.
Dude, how tanky is this guy?
I don't think you could. Oh, you are hitting him.
Okay, he's dead. Sheesh.
Oh.
What the fuck? You're supposed to time it? I just timed it poorly? Yeah, right, dude.
Oh, we got a grade for this.
Holy shit, that's hard. What?
At least we got an A.
It's not bad. Wait, what do we get as a reward? Do we get money? What's that? The root pack. Oh, that was one of the thingies.
Oh, that's the soul?
Yeah, it's one of the souls you wanted. Oh, okay, nice. First boss of the game down. Wait, let's go to shop. We probably should have went to the shop before doing that. Probably would have made it easier.
Oh, we don't even have. Oh, we do have coins for it. Okay.
Oh, you can buy separate stuff from me.
Long range, below average damage.
We both have 4
required.
coins. Chaser.
Most likely because your attack power, short
No
range,
aiming.
great damage if you keep close to your target. Ooh. You will not take damage during a dash. Great defense maneuver.
Smoke bomb. There's dashing? We don't even have dashing yet.
Aim backward for maximum range.
A spread shot, short range or great
Yeah,
damage.
isn't your dashing is your Y.
Oh.
Welcome back.
Is it?
Back to finish episode 2 of this. Oh, how are you liking it, Law?
Oh yeah, we do. I forgot. Yeah, I forgot. What are you buying?
Aim backward for maximum range. Oh, roundabout looks good, but I don't know how that works.
I guess the bullet turns and tracks like cloak and dagger. Think of it as that, like cloaks, basic attacks. It tracks. It can't miss, I assume. Which one are you trying? I'll try something else.
I'm gonna do something that helps me live more, so I'm probably gonna do invisible dash. Like more damage would be good, but I'm having a hard time living.
You should do heart then. Wait, but heart weakens your attack?
Yeah.
God damn, bro! I can't just get a positive. I have to do a deal with the devil every time. I'll do roundabout.
Okay, first parry move is automatic. All you need to do is jump. Oh, this is cool. Okay.
Oh, that actually sounds pretty good. Wait, medium range and great damage with slower rate of fire. A lobber.
Oh wow, you're gonna enjoy it. It's really good.
Alright, I'm ready to go.
Yep, me too.
Oh,
Did
press
you
B.
want to go up or you want to go down? Down where the coin is or up?
Let's do up. Let's check up first. Explore.
Okay.
We got some
You got
equips. Oh, you can read it.
You got to equip those new purchases if you want to use them. Look at your equip card, your bums.
Bombs is crazy.
Okay.
A shot. Shot B. Wait, what? We can have two of them equipped at the same time? Oh, is that what? Wait, what? Supers. We don't have a super yet and our charm yet.
Oh, yes. You'll not take damage in a dash. Cool.
Well, my bullets can aim backwards or something. I don't fucking know. I'm ready when you
Is
are.
this easier on keyboard? I feel like it is.
You can try it.
Nah, it's too late.
Never too late. What do you mean? You better
I
do it
just
now
laid it out
while
on
we
the
just did the
keyboard.
first boss. So.
No. I'm fine with the keyboard. I mean, I'm fine with the controller.
All right. Press B when you're ready. What the hell's up here? What is this? Running
and
gun.
gun. I didn't fail any of the dash. Oh, damn.
Oh, this is ass. Oh no.
Did you? Oh, wait, what?
Well, it's not that bad.
Wait, what do we? Oh.
We gotta shoot the thingies. Okay, so I can press LB to switch. Wait, you guys are right. Roundabout is ass. Well, it's not that bad. It turns around. It comes behind me, so I can like help her from like on the other side.
Do we keep going this way?
What's up, Tento? This is our first time playing this. Yeah, go this way. Yeah. It's like a Mario stage. Fuck.
Ooh.
I wish they like did a different color for like our projectiles so I could like know whose projectiles is who.
Oh yeah, that was.
So I'm getting confused whose projectiles is who. But I mean, with what I'm using, it's like everywhere. So we just keep going, I guess. Oh fuck.
What?
Wait, I want to change one of my binds. I want to change the dash bind. Oh, but the supers might be on the left triggers. God damn it. Fuck it, I'm changing it. I feel like dashing is pretty handy. What is dashing? I said it's Y, right? I'm going to put it to LT. Move. Hold on.
I might change mine too.
I feel like I'm gonna regret putting this to this. You can change this if you want. Oops. Wait, what'd I just do?
Okay.
Trust needs to be built. Get ready to clip. What do you mean trust needs to be built? I trust her. I think. Do you trust me? I don't know.
What are you talking about? Wait,
What
why
do you mean trust needs to be built?
Trust?
My friend said trust needs to be. How? Wait, what do you mean? Okay, no spoilers. No spoilers. No spoilers. Trust needs to be built. We got this. I think.
Shoot, I'm gonna do LT for my dash.
All right.
Too.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah, being Y is so bad.
Yeah. Okay, this feels way better. Oh, I have a. Oh, that's a weird one. What's up, Epo? I'll see what's up, dude.
Oh, watch out. There's a bottom one.
Oh yeah, this feels way smoother. My goat, what's up, dude? Wait, so you guys, I can parry the pink? Oh shit, I can. All right, bet. We're both 1 HP, by the way.
Oh.
I got you.
I might
Oh
not
fuck!
aim
Help!
it,
Help!
though.
Help!
Oh no!
Okay, I'm starting to regret getting this. I should have got the life thing. God damn it. Oh, we gotta start all the way back from
There's
here?
anything in the back?
No. Stage just started. There's no way there
Oh
is.
yeah.
It's about to be so good. This game is gonna farm me. What? Okay, so we don't get anything for killing me, so let's just keep going and collect all the money we see. We just gotta keep W King. Oh fuck! Careful. That thing just die in a. Okay. All right, jump into that and parry that. Parry the pink. Oh fuck!
I forgot my berry.
It's A. It's the jump button.
Oh.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yo, this roundabout thing is ass, Tento. I shouldn't have bought this.
You want to get this pink one?
Sure. Okay, I'm I'm fucked up. Because if you fuck up, you get hit. You can get the next one. Oh god, I'm 1 HP now.
Oh god.
It's all good. You have 3 HP, so you can carry me. Oh.
What? That hits. Aw.
I got it. Don't worry, I got it.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, I'm dead. Help. Thanks.
Oh! Wow, that
I'm good.
gave
I'm
me
good.
a
I'm good.
heart. Oh.
I got you. I got you. We gotta keep moving. I don't.
Now go.
Oh god, this is tough.
Okay. I'm not using that roundabout thing. That thing is too trash. I'm sorry. I can't use it, chat. I regret buying it. It's so bad. The good thing is when we beat this, we can go buy more stuff. Because we're getting good money from this. Oh god.
That got me in my dash? No way.
Careful. You get that one. Oh no. Fuck. No.
No.
I got you. I got you. I got you.
Wait, where
I
am
fell off the map. This shit is hard as fuck. What the hell?
Okay.
We're almost done, I think. Oh my fucking god. Dude, why is this harder than the boss? What the hell, chat? Pretty sure this game is easier single player? I mean, yeah, you guys said that already. We're not single player, okay? Okay.
What? I could get. Oh, okay, okay.
Let's go. We gotta keep moving. I think we're dying so much because we're taking too long. We gotta just keep going forward. Like, don't backpedal. I got this one. Fuck.
What? That does damage? Oh, God. Ooh.
Nice. Okay, let's go.
Damn.
I think we're almost done. What is this?
Oh. Over there.
I got you.
Thank you.
Oh god, I'm 1 HP now. Surely the stage almost over, right, chat? Oh, I'm dead. Help. Thanks.
Oh, I got you.
What's this?
Oh, no.
It's a boss? I'm dead. Clutch up.
Wait.
Oh, wait, no, you're dead. Not me. I thought I was red.
Oh,
What is that?
It's so hard to focus on yourself.
Oh god, I'm 1 HP. Oh my god. Why was that such a long stage?
1 minute and 49.
Didn't feel like 1:49.
It did not. At least we got an A minus.
True, we got money now too.
My eyes are burning.
I'm gonna go buy shit. I'm buying the heart. I don't care.
Enough that dash told me.
Extra heart point. It's mine. I don't care. What was this? Pea sugar. Oh, this is what you had earlier. I guess spread shot would be better. Let's say for spread shot chaser.
Super in addition to what you earn.
Bro, I'm good to go.
Great damage if you can keep close to your target.
Wait, what does the coffee do?
The coffee super meter continuously filled.
Oh, that's actually pretty good. You don't have to shoot stuff to get the EX skill. Whetstone.
First parry move doubles as a. Oh, that sounds good.
Sheesh. Extra heart point. But
Oh,
my
I can
basic
only
attack is
choose
weaker.
one.
Oh, you got 2 charms? Oof.
I got 3 charms.
3? Oh, damn. They didn't really tell us it was a charm, huh? Can we buy supers or like do we get that later, chat? Because none of us bought a super yet.
Gosh darn it. I could get coffee, but I like
Later?
that.
Oh, okay.
Over.
You want to go up or down? Talk to that mean guy. I'll be the monkey's uncle if I'm putting my moolah in the bank. For all I know, the devil probably controls this place too. They'll never get a hold of my gold if I spread it all around. And if some Joe happens to find a corner too, good for him. That's what I say. That's it?
Oh, okay. You think that was some lore?
Something like that. Flip joint calamity. Is a boss?
This match will get red hot.
Oh
That was
no.
a 2v2? He's about to get smoked. Oh fuck! Oh whoa!
Wait.
What? It was a joke. It was a joke. It was a joke.
Oh, what is that?
What is that?
We gotta shoot him?
Oh, we do. Oh fuck, we do. We do have to shoot him.
How do I always have one?
Shit, they're so fast. I got you. I got you.
How many hearts do I have?
I'm dead.
Oh.
I'm dead. Help! Up! Jump!
Oh.
Nice.
Got you.
You keep shooting. I'll destroy the thingies. Keep shooting the boss.
Okay. Oh, bro.
Okay, never mind. The angle I was at did not aim.
Oh my god. Hi Samantha, how are you? Savage, how are you doing?
This fucking game, bro. Oh my.
Bro,
Those things.
I can't even see myself.
I'm gonna use roundabout for this part, chat.
Okay.
Oh my fucking. Okay, so we have to back up when he. Oh my goodness.
Oh shit.
Thank you.
What is that?
What is that? Dash, dash, dash.
Oh,
You gotta do jump dash.
oh they're
Oh my god. What? Are you? What?
This match will get
is audio like super low? Is the audio low for you, chat?
Pause it if you need to fix your thing. What the fuck?
How long it's gonna take y'all to finish? Because I lowered my audio a lot. It should be good. My desktop, my audio mixer is catching it pretty well.
Okay. Ready?
Yes.
Fucking. Okay, when he starts spinning his hand, we back up.
Ooh, I just
Wait, what the
lagged
fuck is
for it.
that? Okay, back up, back up, back up. You gotta like jump in and duck. You gotta duck. Okay, get ready to jump and duck. Jump, duck. Oh, fuck, I couldn't get you.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
It's fine.
I don't even think parrying those punches is even worth it.
They move so fast.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother. I'm just gonna jump and duck only.
I die on like every fucking boss.
Fuck.
Oh, it's wind.
Oh god. Okay. Fuck. Okay, so my upgrade thing is actually pretty good for this part. Oh shit, it doesn't turn around. What is he doing? Why is his mouth open? What?
No.
Okay. What'd I roll? 777? Frogs, what the fuck is that? Oh my fucking god. Am I supposed to stand on top of that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
What the fuck is that?
This is.
Hold on. Oh.
Oh shit.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. One fuck. They have yeah, we have separate help for us at the bottom. Oh my fuck! I wasn't paying attention because I was reading chat.
God.
Okay, I think for real, I can actually get the ones at the top. You just keep shooting. Because I have the thing that comes back. Okay, get ready to jump and dash. Nice. Good job.
Oh, I lagged so hard. Oh god.
Oh
Wait,
my.
I don't even know how to do this part.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Shit. Oh.
Oh my.
Is that you or me? No, that's me.
Oh my god, this shit is actually cooked. We're so close to beating it though. Oh, okay, get ready to jump and duck. Oh my god, that was so fast. Oh, you're crazy. I'm not doing that.
Oh shit. Oh no.
I'm not even gonna bother parrying those. You're ballsy doing that.
No, I got an automatic
I got
parry
these, I
on
got these, I
mine.
got these. Keep shooting. Nice. All right, get ready? Oh yeah, you do have an auto.
No.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I need to get that shit.
Yeah, that shit's so good.
Which one gave that?
It was. I forgot.
No.
Oh god. What?
No.
Oh,
fuck.
Yeah.
It won't let me get you. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just noticed he's a fan.
Who did you think he was?
I didn't even look at him.
I can't damage it yet. I have 2 health bars. Oh god. If that had hit me, I'd have been so mad. What? Is that a rhino? What the?
Ooh.
Oh fuck. Oh god. Oh, come on, man. Oh my. Oh. So close.
Oh, okay.
This is my first time watching this game outside of speedruns. People speedrun this game. This shit sounds hard. I got these. Just keep shooting. Nice. Okay, I'm backing up.
Oh my god.
I got these. Okay, nice. Oh god. I don't think it matters which one we shoot. Oh god.
Ow!
I got you.
I was so close. Oh shit. I'm lagging.
Oh god. Oh my god. Whoa, yo,
Well,
you
I
should have took
myself.
damage from that. You for sure should have took damage from that, but whatever.
Oh my god.
I got it. Okay, what do we roll? Oh my god, get ready to jump and duck. Duck. Jump. Oof. No, I tried to get you. Fuck.
Not using our cards.
Her cards?
Wait, how do I use the cards?
RB. I mean, RT. The little blast?
Oh my god, you're kidding me.
I forgot to tell you that. The EX, the skills, yeah. Yeah, every time you're pairing those, you're getting like a card. And when you're shooting, your cards regen manually. You gotta just look at the bottom left. Or right,
Damn,
my
I was
bad.
wondering
Oh,
what the
fuck.
hell that was.
Yeah, that's what I said. I think you were doing something when I was saying it, my bad. Said it again.
Shit.
I got you.
Damn, I have so many cards, dude.
Yeah, you do have a lot of cards, yeah. Yeah, yours is at the bottom right, mine's bottom left. Oh god. Nice. Oh, wrong way. No, you're. No! I think if you die multiple times, your thing goes up faster. Your soul.
Oh. Hi, you mean? I'm finally. Oh, let's go. Fuck. That is so freaking fast.
It is fast as fuck. I am trying my hardest to not fuck this up. Okay. Fuck! I got too close to it.
Oh, this is freaking.
You went for broke and now you're croaked. Okay.
Oh, that was halfway.
It was more than half. It's like 75. You see that? The checkpoint thingies are where like the bosses change, like the boss phases. That was the last phase. If we survive that, we win. I like this game's art style.
Yeah.
Don't forget to use your EX. Okay. Nice. Good job.
Yeah, I just try
Use your
not to
EXs.
get.
Use your EXs. You have cards. Nice. All right, this might be the run chat.
Ooh, I almost kissed him.
I see why this game is infuriating. Oh my god.
Ooh, that was so close.
Hold on, chat. We're cooking? Okay, you have a shitload of cards, by the way.
I did not notice.
Nice.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, I'll get the thingy. Just watch out for the coins. All right, what do we roll? What is that? I don't even know what that
Tiger?
does. What? Oh,
Oh,
what
no.
the fuck is
shit.
this? Okay. No, this one's hard. No, the tiger one is
shit.
crazy. Okay, we're
Oh,
good. We're good. I got you.
What? What hit me?
Okay, it's the bull thingy. Oh no. Stay alive. You're good. Oh, damn it.
No.
That's the hardest roll? It definitely is, because that thing is cooked. That tiger is crazy.
Oh, you're doing so good right there.
This is the run, and we get the hardest roll, yeah. Oh, what the?
Oh, shit.
Go get your EXs. Nice. Whew. Nice. Smooth, smooth, smooth. I'll hit the thing. Oh my god. Okay, please no tiger.
Oh no.
No.
I got you. I'm dead. I'm dead as fuck. Oh, let's go. Thank you. How do we damage this thing? What?
I brought the frog.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh shit. God darn it.
I got you. I got you. I got you. What?
No, I can't get you.
How is that fair?
Shit.
It's frog again.
Oh, I just wasted that.
How is that fair?
Darn it.
I got hit. Wow.
Get it in the next 50 tries.
You can only damage it during attack phase? Wait, so does it do that like 3 times and it goes back to normal? If
Wait, damage what?
We can't damage him when he's doing that. No, when he's in the slot phase, we can't damage him yet.
Oh.
That is whack. We have to wait till he's out of slot phase or something. I don't know. 10 hours streaming. We're not finishing this whole game today. What the? Chat, when did this game come out? It's been out for a while, no?
Like on me? Okay.
2017? Okay. I don't know if we're gonna do DLC, bro. Don't ask me that. I don't fucking know. Let's finish the game first. Okay, we can't damage it.
Oh, I didn't use my team.
Oh my god. I got you. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude.
Oh my god. I'm gonna die. No, I'm not gonna die. Oh shit, never mind.
I tried to get you. I'm sorry.
No. You can't even recover from this one. You fly too high.
Okay, let me just play for science now. Oh my fucking god.
We have to be the unluckiest casino players.
So I don't fucking gamble, bro. So I quit gacha games. If that hits me while I'm hitting it, I don't even know what this one is.
Okay, I can't remember. Oh, this one seemed pretty easy. Except I died.
It's getting faster, bro. So when can I damage this thing? What? You gotta shoot? Shoot what? I can't shoot anything.
Oh, you got the frog. Watch out.
Oh, wait, I can shoot it. Oh, shit, you're right.
Oh.
So we have to shoot it when it's, yeah, when it does one of these. Oh, okay, so we gotta just hold the attack button.
Well, shit. Does that mean we're gonna do this longer?
Huh? Wait, what?
Because we haven't been shooting it, right?
Yeah. Okay, at least we know now. Unless I somehow clutch this up, but I don't think I'm gonna clutch this up.
No. You got it.
I don't know how low it is, though.
Damn, those button smasher games coming in handy.
Freaking Roblox. Oh shit! Let's go! I clutched. Oh, that Roblox paid off.
Oh my god!
Okay.
No way, that was 3 minutes.
Shit was not 3 minutes. Oh nah.
Oh.
A B? I'll take it, bro. Get me out of there. We didn't get no money for that. What? Oh, but we got the soul. We needed it. Okay, let's go up top. Wasn't there something? Oh, we can't jump that.
Oh.
We did this already, didn't we?
No, we didn't.
Okay, so if there's a
I didn't
living
even
tree, we
notice
can
it.
interact with these. Simple or regular?
Regular.
You only get cash from running gun levels? Oh. So this one, right? What the? You gotta use the dash for this.
What's that?
I got you.
Red. Okay. Ooh.
This is a boss?
Okay. This one's not.
Are y'all sure this is a boss? What? Oh my.
Oh shit. Ah.
Oh my fuck.
Oh shit. Wait, I don't know how to avoid that one.
Yeah, it's only one person, so we're not gonna get money from this. But it didn't with the contract thing on. What?
Oh.
I have no clue how to avoid that. I think maybe
okay. You have to be far enough?
I guess so, yeah. But if we're at the corner, we're cooked then, no? Oh my god, I ran into it.
No!
Run away.
It's too early.
Bro, let me get her. Yo. Oh my. This game. I'm so
God
ass.
damn.
I'm so ass. Thank you.
I got you. Oh fuck. Oh no.
Fuck, I'm sorry.
Ah.
What is that?
It's okay.
What is he doing? What? What is that shadow?
Shadow?
It's a shadow, right? Oh, I think that's where you died. I have to duck. Oh my god. I have to duck.
A brawl is surely brewing.
Okay, yeah, we can crouch under the wind-up attack. Yeah, figured. Because if you don't have the corner, you're too far to run away. I'm crouching. Oh, okay, so you gotta get close to him and crouch. Okay, got it. Yeah, just crouch that, just crouch it. Big chungus. Oh my fucking god!
Oh, we got the heads on those cups. How do you see?
Oh no. What?
Well.
Oh yeah, we can't parry the question marks. I forgot because it's pink. Anything pink in this game you can parry.
Oh, I keep running into that.
I almost did too. Ducking it. Okay, was that worth it? I don't. Oh my fucking.
What? I dashed it.
I got you. He's almost low. He's almost low. Oh my god, I hate this game.
No. Well, at least I got you. At least I got you.
Just sacrificing Superman. Oh fuck, I pressed the wrong button. I meant to dash.
The sacrifice. Oh.
This game is going to drive me insane. I never thought I'd say Ms. Marvel Rivals, bro. What? Nice. I'm just gonna stay at the middle of the screen. Nice. I'm not gonna go for the rest. Fuck that.
Shit.
Oh my gosh, I should have dashed. Oh god.
Wow, I can't believe I can't. What?
Duck it, duck it. You gotta duck. Oh no!
No.
Oh god. No, I got you.
No. Oh shit.
Is he? He's not dead. What?
What the fuck is that?
Oh what? Oh my fucking god. This game is gonna drive me fucking insane.
A brawl is surely brewing. It's on.
Okay. We got sandwiched. Oh, you can duck it from any range. You don't even gotta get close. Where'd your health go? Yo.
No, don't question it.
Yo.
Bruh.
I got you. I got you. Don't worry.
Okay, okay. Hold on, hold on. Let me. I need a. Oh,
Ducking, duck, 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 duck.
You know what'd be good for this is the dash that saves you.
Oh, you can change your if when we lose. Oh my fuck! If we lose, you can change your loadout. Duck, duck, duck. I released the duck too fast. No. Okay, you can equip it.
Oh, okay, cool, 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 cool. Okay.
God, this game is.
What is it? Is this one?
Smoke bomb.
Oh, this is perfect. Yes.
Shit, I need that. What the?
Yeah.
Oh, so you can dash through him probably. If he corners you.
Yeah, cause I'm getting fucked in his dash.
Okay.
Let me rewrite that.
Okay, I get what you mean. Don't worry. All right, let's go. Okay, we're doing good. Oh my god, you teleport. Wait, that's sick. Oh.
Except for that. Wow.
You teleported too far. I'll get it. Or,
oh, I don't have that.
I got it.
Bruh.
I'm gonna die for you.
No, die for me. Oh.
Oh, take a hit for you. I didn't mean to say die, but you get what I meant. Oh god. I got you.
It works sometimes. Okay.
Oh, I'm dead. Lie? Lie? Lie?
Oh,
Lie?
oh,
wake up, wake up, wake up.
That was you. My god.
No, it's fine. You got confused. Like sometimes I think I'm you. Okay. Oh my god, we're both so bad. I got you. I released the duck too early. Duck.
Oh shit.
Oh my god, I'm so ass.
Oh god.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
No. Oh shit.
Hit him, hit him, hit him. Okay, the tombstone falls in front of us. Don't forget that. I mean, you can teleport it, but I can't. I don't know what else this thing can do, but
Do I just? How did? Oh, I teleported wrong.
I think he's damaging himself. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I think he's breaking. Yeah, I think the tombstone is just breaking. Like, you can see he's cracking. Wait, so what is this thing? Is this a blob? A blue blob or slime or something? Chat, what is this? I don't like how happy he is. Fuck.
Me either.
Oh my god, I'm so ass.
Does that not work? You dodged my
God.
fucking.
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking die. Oh my god. Fucking, just fucking, you're good, don't do. Wow, you impressed me. I don't know how the fuck you did that, but good job.
Oh, shit.
I was gonna say, just don't even bother.
Oh, shit.
Hit him. Use your EX thing. Yeah, nice. Okay. I think we spread out. Well, I mean. Nice. Yeah, he's cracking. Okay. Ooh, nice. Oh my god. He's getting faster. Oh, I'm so stupid. We have to aim at his head. We have to aim at his fucking head. He is cracking, but we have to aim at his head.
God.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Good thing this thing comes back. Oh my god. Let's go. Good job, dude. I don't know how you saved
finally
me
lived
earlier,
one.
but I was gonna say just leave me, lock in. Damn, this game is a workout.
It really is.
I thought it was gonna be like
Oh,
a nice,
man.
relaxing game to play after Rivals. Fuck no. I was wrong.
Honestly, me too. I really thought that.
I thought it was gonna be like Mario Bros or something.
Oh my god.
Hell
Hi,
no.
Hero. How are you?
We didn't get no
man.
money for that? If anything, this is more stressful than Mario. What? Mario's for kids. No kid is beating this. Well, I mean, I guess they could, but... What is
Big
this?
on spirits. Oh wait, you're real. I was about to hit you with the old prayer move. That's how you deal with ghosts around here. Only a nitwit tries shooting someone who ain't really there. Speaking of not being places, would you fellas mind moving on? You're spooking the fish.
Bruh. What's in here? It's the White House?
Is there ghosts?
I don't know. Mausoleum. What was this?
She says you have to parry ghosts. You can't shoot them.
Oh, it's probably a hint for this. Yeah. Oh, we gotta protect that thingy.
Hold on.
What?
Oh wait, where do we do the thingamajig?
What, the controls?
No. The
Oh, upgrades.
charms.
Oh, we gotta die first.
Okay. Bet. Kill me.
Wait, wait, let's try to win. Well, let's see how far we can get for science. We gotta see what, like, the gimmicks are. We gotta learn the gimmick. Because I don't think this is gonna be all that we're gonna do.
I'll do right, you could do left.
Bet.
Ooh, that was close.
Wait, this is free. Wait, let me stop saying that. Lie?
What? What?
What the? Oh, you weren't getting it, so I was like, did your controller die? That was easy.
Oh.
Well, I was right. It's free. Wait. Wait, are we not done? What the?
Oh, man. I don't know how to thank you boys for saving me. Where Where are my manners? Didn't even introduce myself. I am known as Legendary Chalice. Pleased to meet you. I was searching for magic and got trapped by those ghosts. Speaking of magic, please accept this gift. It should help.
Oh, maybe that's how we get our
There are
supers.
mausoleums around Inkwell Isle. I just wonder.
We got level
Sorry,
3s.
super.
We got our Q buttons. Is that a cup? Dear me, mustn't forget that magical super arts have been equipped in the menu before use. Will have to be
Hello
equipped.
Kitty. Hello Kitty Island Adventure. That sounds fun.
That's what I thought this
That
game
sounds
would
way
be.
better. You gotta do your research.
What does this do? Devastating attack spills from your head, horizontal only. Okay. So it's like a beam, energy beam. Got a Kameha. Oh. Cool. I need money. I need to get a charm. Well, I have a charm, but I need to replace this e-shooter. Okay, I talked shit about the roundabout chat, but it's actually coming in clutch. I talked too much shit about it. Can't go up there. I think we gotta go from the top.
Next, yeah.
What was this? Oh.
Oh.
Whatever. You're not sitting in a
Nothing.
cockpit, so you study those blueprints. Oh, it's an air stage. Okay, RT is for special. Oh, we can shrink with LT. A is the parry. Okay.
Is your RT working?
No,
My RT is the same as my LT.
that shit's not working for me. Maybe that's one of the things we had binded, but we unbinded or changed. No. Well,
It could be like our meters?
yeah, it's probably a meter thing. We just don't have it yet. I don't know. Chat will yell at us if we're wrong. All right, let's go, I guess. It's just the card shit? Oh, okay. Okay, here we go. Airplane stage. High class bout.
Oh, whoa. Oh, okay.
Oh, this is... Ow, that hurt. Oh. I got you. Wait, so do you move faster when you're shrunk? Oh, you do. This is so fast paced. Oh my god. Oh my. Is that a sheep? A sheep goat thingy?
Oh, you could destroy the,
Oh, fuck.
you could destroy the,
Shark thingies?
yeah, with your RTs.
Okay.
This shit takes me like 10 tries to get used to.
You're good. They're all learning
A
different
ram?
speeds.
Oh, you're right, you're right.
I'll hit it. What the hell? Is that a... Okay, is that the little star thingy? Oh. Oh my god. Okay, so when it spins, it's gonna tackle. Okay, got it. Or, no, when it lunges back. If you need to move faster, you can shrink. Oh, but you shoot a pea shooter. Bro, I'm about to say, if I didn't get you, I would have been pissed. Oh, okay. So yeah, you shoot a pea shooter, though. Where am I at? I'm assuming the pea shooter does less damage. Oh, it comes back. Oh my god, what? There's so much going on.
Here's a real high-class bout.
All right.
You're up.
Plus level 5, you can use your super. Oh, we can use our super in this form? Okay, I didn't know that. Wait, but I don't know what bind the super is. What bind was it again? Oh, fuck. It's just the name of the. Don't you? What? Do I just run? Oh shit, that's sick. Okay. Lie?
What?
You weren't saying anything. I just make sure you're okay.
I'm trying to focus. There's so much going on.
You got all about the super stuff, right? I'm dead. Okay, thank you.
I heard you saying super.
Save up to 5 cards, and then you can, if you press your skill button. Oh fuck, I'm dead.
Oh, that's oh.
If you save 5 cards and you press your skill button, it'll do like the beam.
Oh, okay, okay.
This match will get red hot.
Red hot.
Take on.
Oh my. Why is everything one is dead? Wait, so what is the star thingy symbolize, chat? Is that? Okay, whatever. I'm pretty sure it symbolizes what way it's gonna come back in. Oh my fucking god. Oh, you have your super.
Oh, I have
All right,
mine.
yeah, use it. All right, run into it. Boom. Oh fuck, I'm dead.
Oh, come here. No. Aw.
On this game is mad relaxing. I thought it was gonna be.
It's relaxing for us, that's for sure.
Hell no.
Sure.
Oh, for them? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god. And you guys said y'all wanted predicts? Y'all are gonna get rich off of us. Fuck that. I mean, if the mods want to do a predict, I'll do a predict if we beat the boss in the next 10 attempts or 5. But that's if any mods are on their PC. Come here, you idiot. Boom. Yo, I am not locked in. I tried to parry that. Oh my goodness. One more. Oh, you have your super. Well, you're close. Oh, you got it now. I got you.
Oh no.
Use your super. Quick. Yeah. Wait, why is she not? Okay, there we go. I got mine. What? I'm so mad.
No.
They can shoot you while you're in your... I'm so pissed. She shot me while I was in my super and I blew up across the screen.
Brawl is surely brewing. And begin.
Oh shoot, God damn it.
I wonder if the thing is even worth it compared to just shooting. I don't know. Oh my god. Alright, come here, you idiot. Oh shit. No, I can't help her while I'm in this form! That's so... I'm retrying, I don't give a fuck. That pissed me off.
Brawl is surely brewing.
That's so dumb, bro. That's so stupid. I'm too salty. I'm not continuing that. Oh my.
Shit.
Oh. I gotta stop. Oh, you idiot.
Well, you actually get more if you're regular size. God damn it.
Yeah, you get more. You can if you sit in a small form, your bullets don't go that far.
Oh, that makes so much sense.
Yeah, see, like it's like a pea shooter. You're faster, but your bullets don't go that far. It's like a trade-off. Oh god.
No.
I died. Good luck. Lock in. Oh, thank you. Come here, you
Oh,
idiot.
watch out for those.
Oh, you got yours. Use it. Try not to get hit though.
God damn it. Oh!
Oh my god.
God Damn it.
Where's this loop dying? I'm not saving anymore. I'm just gonna fucking nuke this guy. No!
Oh shit!
Damn it!
No!
I'll try to lock in. What is she
Stay
doing?
low at least.
What is she doing?
She's crying.
What the fucking noise is that? Alright, fuck
You should
you.
just explode on her. Oh my god.
What? Is that a
Oh,
moon?
that- Oh, what the fuck?
I
I was gonna say
I
go
don't-
for those stars. Don't do it. Oh, whoa. How do you dodge that?
have to. I don't fucking know. I guess it makes sense. It's a moon because of the stars and stuff that's sending at us. Oh my! Keep forgetting. Or no, I thought it was you. Oh god! All right, come here, you idiot. No way.
Thanks for the follow. How you doing?
Oh, I mistakenly shot. Whoops. Nice. My turn. What? I got you. Oh my god, we both got hit.
Thank you for the follow, Air.
My hands are so fucking sweaty.
Some Cuphead. Really did have a tough shift today.
I'm so sorry. Hey, I do go into these games blind. I did say I never played the game.
Oh my god.
I've
No,
seen
you
it, but like only like a clip or two. Like that's about it. I heard the game can be hard, but I'm like, I don't know. We're real gamers. We got this. I'm so fucking ass. Thank you.
Shit.
Oh, let's double it.
Where did I go? No way. I better not have missed that.
No, we both did it at the same time. I would like to assume that would work, but maybe you're right. We probably should do one at a time. Yeah, I'm gonna just go straight down when she does that every time.
Oh no.
Oh my god. Don't worry, the game is easy. Hour 1 is just the hardest hour in the game to make people quit. Yeah, I'd assume the game part gets easier once you get more upgrades. Yeah, probably. Because like at the start of the game, you have like no upgrades. Yeah, just go up or down when she does that. Oh my fuck, I forgot. Oh, nice. My turn.
Oh shit.
Nice. Stay up, stay up, stay up. What the hell is that? We've never seen that.
These ones.
Yeah. What does that do?
Fuck is
Oh,
that?
hell no. She got new moves. Oh, thank you.
I got you. No.
No. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. I got mine. Oh no!
Oh,
I got you.
Oh, okay. I thought. Okay.
I don't know if saving is worth it at this point. I need to get these things out of here. I'm dead. GG's.
Oh, I didn't get you once.
Okay, lock in, lock in. Nice. Oh my god, we were so close to finishing. You lost
too soon, and I was only half moon.
These dubs.
You mad?
These fucking dubs, bro. So close. Okay, we're close. We're getting close. Oh, I'm so pissed. I wonder if my health upgrade takes effect on this part. Like where it decreases my damage? I don't know if my damage decreased here. Fuck, I keep forgetting. Channel that inner Piccolo and blow up the moon.
Pooping. God.
No, it's
darn
AoE. It's AoE. It's AoE. It's everything around it. Gotcha. Oh my. Oh, okay, that one didn't hit him. Fuck. Because his body wasn't blinking. Oh, I'm dead, GG's. Thank you. Oh, you have your thingy. Yeah.
First time to ever fucking do it. Are you dead?
Yeah, I'm dead. You turned into rocket form. It's fine. I wish I could help her while I'm dead. It's got you sweating? Alright, get ready for the moon. Yeah, I wouldn't even waste your nuke. Just keep shooting it.
I'm gonna go nuke now. Fuck you.
Nice. Like a clock thingy. Nice. Oh, no. So close, so close, so close. Oh my god, you were so close. Maybe it is worth hitting it before the moon with the nuke because I think it has a total health bar. I don't think its health bar changes when it goes moon form. What? I parried and took damage?
I know, I get hit by those so quick. You fucking kidding?
You can do full form. I'm gonna be nuking it normally. See if this is faster. If only one of us is beaming. Nice. I'm so ass. Go down, go down, go down. Nice. Oh, not this again. Oh my god, I thought it was you for a second.
Oh,
I got you.
Whoa.
Oh man. No, I'm dead.
Oh shit. No.
It's all good, it's all good, it's all good. You have the nuke. Okay, I don't think it's... Oh, that's not good.
That was bad.
The moon haunts you. What the fuck type of noise is that? Imagine being a voice actor for this game. Just get to say some bullshit.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, just use it before. I think it has a max health bar. I don't think its health changes if it goes moon form. So just unlucky.
Okay. That was just unfortunate.
Why are you playing Cuphead? Have you lost your mind? Oh, Cuphead. Go down, go down, go down. We're up.
Okay, that was just...
All good, all good, all good. Oh my god, I forgot. Alright, come here, idiot. Oh my god, I forgot.
I'm mixing parry with dash.
Happens. You're close to your nuke. Nuke it, nuke it, nuke it. Nice. I'm just gonna stay up here. I fucking hate this game, bro. I'm so ass. Oh, you're so good.
Oh god. Bro, what?
I got you. You have your nuke. Nice.
Got her.
I have mine. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Nice.
Oh, perfect.
No!
Oh.
Oh my god, let me get back up. I'm so ass. Give me it.
Oh.
God damn it.
Oh, that one's just like, you have to time it well.
This fucking game is gonna drive me insane. Yeah, you do. I think it's better to just sit forward because of the laser coming back. Oh my god, we're playing so
I
bad.
hate those ha-has.
So skunk. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Fuck it, come here. Oh, you have yours. Okay. You ready? I'm so... Oh, bro, I tried to parry it, but I... Oh, hell no.
Oh, I did not notice that guy. I do not know how... Oh, shit.
Why is there so many? What?
Come on, come on, come on.
I'm about to say, I'm dead.
Where am I? Oh, shit.
Is this hardest difficulty? I think so. Yeah, because we're not doing the easy one or whatever. Pretty sure it is, because there's only 2 difficulties and we chose the harder one. What's up, Leon? Chat, I can't read chat right now, but thank you. Oh, God. Thank you. Okay. Okay, you have your thing. Nice. Please don't hit me. Nice. I'd have been so mad. I got you. Oh my. Dude, I got hit multiple times.
Oh, I have mine. No!
I got mine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Okay. My hands are so damn sweaty.
My hands are kind of cramping, actually.
So we can end it. We can end off here. We can stop after this. So you want to do a short stream, right? Oh my god. Okay, let's beat this and let's get off.
Silly me.
I got you, but I died. Good luck. Oh my god.
Damn it. Oh no.
Oh my god, we're so close.
Why can't I clutch up? Fuck.
Don't worry, your time will come.
My mouth just opened wide.
Oh my goodness.
That got both of us.
Yeah. Oh my lordy, I gotta stop. I think I get hit by this sheep the most, like out of anything this thing does. The sheep, I just keep forgetting. Because it's really fast too. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. That run didn't happen. Okay. I'm gonna take one of my power-ups off after this. So I think my damage is reduced because of extra health. I think I need all the damage I can get. Oh, come on. Okay. Alert, see ya, dude. I have to stop reading chat.
I don't know how you do with this game. Oh
I
my god.
looked to the left for like a quick second.
Shit.
Where am I?
No. Fuck.
You have your thing, you have your thing.
No.
Oh my god. Use it, use it, use it, use it, please, use it, use it, use it, please. Oh my god, help, help, help.
No!
Heart lowers your damage at 5? Yeah, I think I need it at 5%. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I'm changing this. I'm taking this charm off.
Let me see what I have.
Unequip. I'm taking that shit off. A roundabout doesn't even work here. Kind of sucks. Nah, none of your charms work here. Other than I guess would be hard or automatic parry would work here.
Automatic parry and the coffee meter.
Yeah, those would work here. You can't dash.
I don't know if a parry's worth it.
Probably isn't. Okay.
This match will get red hot.
Okay. Oh, I tried to hit it before it hit you.
Ooh, that was close.
I'm gonna try not to get hit by this dumb sheep, so I keep getting hit by it. Nice, we're doing really good. Nice. Oh.
Oh, fuck.
Oh my god. Oh. You have your ult, you have your ult. Nice. Okay. I'm gonna have ult for this. Use as much damage as possible quick. Ult it the moment you get it.
Oh,
Ult it, just ult it. Oh, I'm fucking dead. We gotta start charging the next one quick. Damn,
No.
and
fuck.
oh.
What?
Okay. Before we start, at a situation like that, I'm not gonna lie to you. Just rocket that shit. Don't even say for ult.
Fuck.
You probably would have won if you rocketed, but I didn't want to say anything.
Oh.
I think it was really fucking low. I was just gonna say just rocket that shit, but I didn't want to like fuck up your momentum. But yeah, a situation like that, if you think it's really low, just send it. Just send the rockets. Don't even bother waiting for super.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Ulti, you have ult. Oh my god, I'm so ass.
What hit me?
He shot a black thingy at you. Oh my god. Oh my god, it spawned in front of us. That's so cool.
A brawl is surely brewing. And begin.
Oh my. Okay, this was a shitty run for me. Oh my god, I should have died there. Oh, that would have been bad. I'm gonna play more at the bottom instead of the top so that like if any of us die, we can res each other faster. Play like towards the bottom, don't play at the top. Because if you die up there, like you're cooked. It's like impossible to res you up there. I got you. You have ult, you have ult. Yeah, nice maneuver. Oh, I'm ass.
No.
Oh.
Hi, Lydid. How are you?
We're so fucking close. Okay, lock in. Oh my god, that almost hit me. Did that damage it?
That was
What?
perfect.
I don't think that damaged it.
What?
It wasn't blinking or flashing white. I don't think it. Not as cheese. I'm so mad.
Oh no. Thank you for the follow. Shit.
If we die up there, we're cooked.
bars.
Yeah. Have your ult.
Oh,
It's
no.
fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh shit!
God.
You're goated. Oh my god, that almost hit me.
That was a close one.
Yeah. Bro, can you start crying already? Your fucking pants. Thank you. Ult it when you get it. We gotta get the most damage as possible. So we can start building our next ult. Oh my god, I got too close. If that hand... Okay.
Oh, shit. I forgot about those ones.
I'm gonna ult it. Try not to die. If this fucking laser...
Stop.
I hate this
Ooh,
game
shit.
so much. Oh my god. This fucking boss is so good.
This match will get red
Oh.
I never thought I'd say this. I miss Triple Healer, chat. I miss Helen the More team up. I miss Spider-Man. Okay, actually, I'm not going that far.
Oh, what the?
Yo, this run is so bad. Maybe we can fix it. Hold on. Oh my god, you fly up so fast now since you died so many times. Where am I?
Oh, that shit better not. Oh. Oh.
I think that worked. I think. I don't know. Oh my god.
Ooh,
I almost forgot.
about that.
Yeah. Oh, not this again. Why do they come back, bro? Fuck off.
Oh. I mixed myself up.
I'm dead. Thank you. You have your ult. I'll try not to die while you're ulting.
Oh, no.
Unlucky.
Shit better not hit me.
Oh, okay. Okay. You have your ult. I'll try not to die back here.
Oh shit, I'm so... Oh god, that was crazy.
I'm rocketing it. Fuck it. No!
No!
This game. Hey, we came back from a really bad run though. That was actually really good. Because that run was really bad and we somehow clutched. Oh my god, I forgot. Give ult. Just careful. Okay, still hit it. What's flashing white? No, hit it. That's like splash damage or AoE, whatever you want to call it.
Damn, I'm trying so hard to get like 2 HP.
Before like the last phase. Oh god.
Yeah.
Sometimes
like we haven't reached it with more than one.
I mean, this shit's hard as fuck. So what are these difficulties? I mean, I don't know, man. You about to? I'm dead. Give me an ult. Nice. start crying soon. Oh my god, pee your pants already.
I talk too much shit.
Fitting, isn't it? I'm a blimp and you're a wimp. I fucking hate these devs.
W double tap.
Fuck these devs, bro. Damn it, I missed it.
Hahas are the worst.
They're stupid fast, yeah. No, please. Oh, man.
Wait, go up, go up.
I got you. Did you type a long message back saying like I can read that? I'm dead. Thank you.
Oh fuck.
You're fine, don't worry. Hide. What?
I'm done. I'm so done. Hold on. Let me oh shit, we already got it.
Pause this one.
No, I need to do the charm. I want to try the different charm. Maybe it'll be different.
Alright, we gotta die then.
But I don't know.
Lock
though.
in.
No,
just lock in.
that's fine. That's fine. Put shit up here. Wow.
You have your ult. Whoa. No, not this again. Oh my. Ult. Nice. Okay. I died. Good luck.
No, that's me. I died.
Fuck. No, that is you. Whatever. Oh God. Oh, we're so fucking close. Okay, worth it. I don't care. Okay. Oh my goodness. Whatever. Have your ult. Nice. Okay.
You think we should just both start shooting the
rockets? I mean, you're close to ult.
Yeah,
It's up to you. Up to you. It doesn't matter.
Fuck that shit.
I'm dead.
Wait, you're dead? Dead?
Yeah.
Wow!
I died when you rocketed. So, I mean, you couldn't save me anyway. Don't worry about it. You idiot. Well, yeah, the UFO is the hardest shit on this thing, easily. Oh my god. I took damage for hitting it. Okay. Yeah, Volt. Nice. Nah, hit. Don't worry. Okay, I don't know if that even hit. I'd like to assume it did, though. Okay, we're back. Are we doing DLC too? I have no clue. We gotta beat the game first. We're talking about even DLC. Give up. Oh my goodness. Oh my lord, these UFOs are insane, yo. Like, you have to look at the UFOs and then the stars and then whatever the hell this thing is doing. Alright, that's a bad run by me.
Come on.
Oh my. Good luck.
You just, oh shit. Oh, okay, that was just dumb.
No, it was a bad run by me. I played like shit at the start.
Here's a real high-class bout. Here goes.
Oh my freaking goodness, bro. Well, holy shit, that almost hit me. Bro, I don't even think that hit. Oh my goodness. Dude, it spawned on top of me. Why can't it do that? I think it always spawns one of those like at specific spots, but I don't know. Okay, I'm fucking ass. Oh. Yeah, well, nice. Thank you. Oh my god.
God, I hate this one.
Try not to die. I got you.
I'm about to ult.
Okay. What is it? Oh.
Oh shit. Damn.
It's fine, it's fine. Okay. Dude, this is a workout, bro.
Bragg, I'm fucking suffering. What hit me?
I don't know.
Okay, let's just keep going.
I'm sending my rockets. Good luck. No.
Fucking.
Yeah, I think it's better to play back because of the stars coming, and you can see the UFOs. You can't. The red UFOs target the back, do they? I don't know. I've seen it beam early sometimes. I wouldn't say that. The rookie. Nice. Oh man. Oh. I'm dead. Thank you.
Did we both just miss our ult?
Yeah. It happens. It's all good. It's all good. Play more at the bottom so I can save you if you die. Yeah, you should definitely ult early there so you can hurry up and start charging your next ult. Oh my god, the rockets don't even get rid of the stars. Wow. Send your rockets. Oh my god, this fucking UFO. I'm telling you guys, chat. It's the UFOs. Those things are fucking cancer. I'm gonna not play on top of you on the last phase so that in case the rocket, when the UFO comes. Oh my god, I'm fucking trash. I got you, don't worry.
You did. You did.
This boss is really hard as a duo, is it? Oh. Okay, it always starts right there. I think it always starts right there. The spinning thing.
This match will get red.
That's why it spawned on top of us.
Here goes.
But sometimes I think on the second one it starts at the top. But I could be wrong. You cheat where you remove the second player, add him back? Nope, you're not cheating. You're walking the fucking. You don't need cheats to win. Okay, maybe I do. Let me stop. Oh, fuck.
Oh.
Thanks. Oh my god, those ha-has are so fast. Yeah, spinning things start from the top that time. Oh my god, that should hit me.
I got way too close to her. Fuck.
Bro, that was so dumb. It trapped us.
Now go.
Okay. Nice. Oh my god. Yeah, this boss is insufferable. Bro. UFO. You good? Oh,
Yeah.
if you want to change your thing, go for it. Holy fuck, I'm putting the charm back on. This shit is so annoying. Ugh.
Oh.
I think you should do a parry one.
The parry? Oh no. You could try it.
Double health? Bro, we're fine. We're fine, bro. We're fine. Relax, dude. Relax.
Gotta lock BR while
It's on.
How does that not count? What?
Wait, it doesn't. The parry thing doesn't work?
I parried, but it hit me.
Oh, that's odd.
It must have been this poorly timed. I'm gonna hope that.
Fuck. Trying to release somebody? I don't release somebody either. I've never seen nothing like that. It doesn't sound like it's real. Nice. It's part of the game, that's fine. Okay. Hey, get away from its hands. Yeah, that move.
We missed it.
It's all good.
Oh shit.
Play lower, play lower, play lower. Send your rockets, send your rockets.
Watch out. Athene Majig's coming in. Oh! Oh!
Okay, this is it.
It's on.
Little shitty run from me.
Hold on, let me redo my Tron.
Okay. Well, let's play this one out. Oh, I went up too fast.
that live.
Okay.
Ooh, you're doing good. You got a lot of HP.
Yeah. I'm gonna save for a nuke. Actually, I don't know. We'll see. Plan to me, plan to me. Let's fucking go! Oh! Oh, let's fucking go. Oh my fucking god, bro. Oh. That's enough, dude. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done for now. That's enough for me, man. That shit. Oh my god. And both of us are alive too. That's dope. Yeah, I'm done, bro. That's enough for me. You good, lie?
No
so
comments.
much for a relaxing game. Right, bro. I didn't know we were gonna make a deal with the devil.
Oh my god. I don't even. I hope you guys enjoyed that chat. I'm out of here.
Yeah, I'm done.
We're
I'm
done.
gone. Who's on a weekend raid?
Oh my god.
Oh fuck that. That shit is hard as fuck. Okay, to be fair, we are doing hardest difficulty though. Instead of the I think that is the normal one. There was only easy and then normal.
This stream did not feel short at all. This shit felt long.
I mean, it's 2 hours. That's your usual, no? Is it?
2 hours playing Cuphead? Bro, that feels like
Okay,
double that.
to be fair, I did say we should probably do this on your day off. I low-key tried to warn you, but I didn't even think it would be this stressful.
My god. Thank you for the follow, Weasel. Elated Air. Thank you guys for the follows. Prices though? Was my mouth open, Rack?
Your face, you probably yo get those emotes. You watch your VOD back, get those emotes. Oh man.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that was something. Anyways,
I got a dip.
yeah, anyone to raid?
Anyone I
not-
have in mind?
Yeah, if not, who's live? Let's see.
I'm like, I'm over this shit. I'm not gonna lie, I enjoy doing a very hard button smasher game, but that shit is definitely difficult.
Yeah.
This is my training, chat. This is my
Training.
training. Yeah. This is a top tier master training.
I mean, to be fair, you can only gain, you can't lose in this game. Technically, it's not like you're losing Elo. Oh man.
All right, who are you rating?
Yeah, I have no one. I don't know. You pick. At least no one that's playing Rivals right now. At least. Anyone got suggestions? Huntress is playing Stardew. He has the Huntress. What is she doing?
Oh, you know, I haven't seen Huntress. I would like to raid her.
She's farming. I mean, literally. All right.
Stardew Valley.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my gosh, she is so cute. What the fuck?
The VTuber. You
Never
know?
been to one of her streams before. Okay.
VTuber. All right, I'm out of here as well, chat. Yeah, we're,
Good night,
that was yeah.
Good night.
Good night, guys.
Take care. Get a lot of rest.